once again, or in Dark Elf Queen's case, welcome for the very first time to Heavenly Host Elementary. Ooh, Porygon 2, I don't think I have that. Forgive me as I get sidetracked. Well, I do have it, but fuck it, I'm going for another one. How are we all doing this evening, my friends? This stream has been a long time coming. My first ever stream as an affiliate was the original Corpse Party. The following year, we did Book of Shadows, and we learned a little bit more about what was going on at Heavenly Host Elementary. We even had a bit of fun last year and celebrated Sweet Sachiko's 7th birthday. Again, even if it did take several months to get through that game for one reason or another. But even after all of that, the Nirvana is still not done with us. Hey, I got the Porygon. You can come with me to hell. Hopefully the game boots up properly. I guarantee you it tries to put this on the wrong fucking screen. No, it actually put it on the right screen. Perfect. Now, you're going to have to let me know how the volumes are. I have tried playing around with them a little bit, but there's only so much I can hear. They are massively loud for me. No, that's my domain. You might have a little bit of fighting to do then, my dear. And yes, this is a work of fiction. Because, yes, it is a work of fiction. Because this absolutely would happen in real life, wouldn't it? For I welcome you to the next game in the Corpse Party series, Blood Drive. Now, what do I know about Blood Drive? I know it has decent music. In fact, one of the songs you just heard there in the introduction was originally adapted from one of the tracks was taken from this game, and it was adapted from it. I know it has a fuck ton of name tags. I know it has a fuck ton of endings. I know very little of
Wait, what happened? I wasn't paying attention.
Holy Jesus! Tainted Honor, thank you for the follow. I mean, for the raid. My bot still ain't working. Damn it! Holy shit balls, I was not expecting that. Welcome in, Tainted. That's caught me completely off guard. Oh, I'm not used to getting raids of that many people. 18, jeez. Well, my friends, you are in for some fun and some pain. But for those who don't know me, let me get started with the usual bullshit introduction. I mean the biography. So for those who don't know me, I am Raven, your friendly neighborhood birdie, head of the birdcage and of ARC. I like to think of myself as a variety streamer, but I definitely have inclinations more towards puzzle games and horror games. With a name like Corpse Party, take a guess which one this comes under. Besides that, I'm a Scotsman. I swear a lot. What more needs to be said, really? But yeah, let me know how the volume is as well, because I have had to play with this a little bit. Loving the, oh, for God's sake. It's all happening today. Hello, Hellraiser, thank you for the follow. Thank you for coming in with the raid with Tainted Honor. Who all else? TS Dark Wolf came in with the raid. Big War... Nope, Big War just came in normally, it looks like. Who else do we have? Nitro Gaming. Big War was lurking. We had Dark Hell Queen before the lurk. Volume sounds good in mind. Good, because as I say, I've had to fuck around with it a lot to get something half decent. Right. I've been streaming for 17 minutes. I've already had a raid of 18 people, and we haven't actually had any gameplay yet. A fellow Scot, yes! A fellow Scot indeed. Not the strongest of accents, as I'm sure you'll tell, but, hey, what can you do? Thank you for the... Oh, God. How the hell do you say your name? But thank you for the follow. Tibes? Tabes? I've no idea how to say that name. I'll be honest, I need help with that one. Alright. Well, I've waffled on for long enough. Ty is fine. Ty is great. Okay, perfect. I will do my damnedest to remember that. Tie. Tie-dye. Okay, no, not tie-dye. Right, so, aside from the fact that I know for a fact that this game has, different endings, including wrong endings, and also, all the name tags and whatnot, and the fact it has good music, I know very little about this game. How long are you going to be streaming for? I have to head off around 9:30 and be back to it after. What time are we now? We're 8:10. On average, I stream about 3 to 4 hours. Honestly, it depends how long the chapters go on for and how much energy I have. But... Oh, God, okay. We'll come back to that then. Right, so... In terms of not knowing what the hell is going on, I did notice one thing in the options here. 8:10. Ha! I've done fuck all today. Oh, I've done a lot of recording today, pre-stream. And actually, before we start, I will just advise that all of my, or like 98% of all of my streams I've done in the past 2.5 years, with very few exceptions, are all on my YouTube page. Anytime an ad plays, the link will post automatically. Or if you want the most recently released vid, !latest vid in chat. And these will all be there as well, no exceptions. But anyway, I did notice one thing in the settings while I was fucking around here. If I remember where it is. Yeah, infinite battery. Choose whether your flashlight runs out of batteries or could be used infinitely. This is not an option that was ever in the previous Corpse Party game, so I'm slightly terrified. I'm gonna leave it on for the moment, but we'll see how it goes later on. Maybe I'll turn it off, who knows. Anyway, enough waffling. It's time to donate your blood. Starting with Chapter 0. And by the way, I absolutely love that background. Just love it. A faint light shines out of thy arse. I don't know why I said it like that. Oh yes, and for those who don't know this game series, all the voices are in Japanese. There's no English dubbing. Be interesting if there was an English dub of this, but get used to reading subtitles. No, this should be reminiscent of. From what I do know, this sounds like the end of Book of Shadows. The second game in the series. Yes, because I remember this image very well. right as she gets decapitated. It had been 2 months since the Book of Shadows incident. Had it now? No, just before going any further, I do want to figure out which button is which. 2 seconds. Okay, that's the message log button. That's fine. There is a button I'm looking for. Oh, not that button. I went too fast. Hang on. Oh, God. I can't quit! Oh, God. Give me a second. I'm going to restart that. I went too quickly. Since I remember how the hell to do it. Hang on. Mulligan! Technical difficulties! Let's try that again, shall we? There we go. Alright. I probably should have learned my buttons before I went this. Check out the new Discord over... Fuck off, Discord! I'm on Twitch right now. Piss off. Right, let me just double check what the hell my buttons are, because some of those buttons were not doing what I expected them to. Okay, open message log. Toggle flashlights left. Oh God. Okay. Switch characters the right. Okay. Okay. Just ignore me for 2 seconds. Yeah, Y or triangle in my case. So that absolutely should have opened the menu. Why didn't it? I'll figure it out as we go. Anyway, let's try that again, shall we? I didn't mean to accidentally fast forward earlier. Alright, here we go. It had been 2 months since the Book of Shadows incident. I'd been critically wounded by the blowback from the sorcery I'd involved myself with, but Nakashima was there to carry me out from the crumbling Shinazaki estate. Kind of mind-numbing to think that of the 7 people currently in this picture, 1, 2, 3 of them are dead. The 2 of us were picked up on the side of the old mountain road and rushed to a hospital, where I was restored to stable condition. The grimoire responsible for so much of the horror everyone had been through, the Book of Shadows, was buried in the rubble of the estate when its roof collapsed. Not bad for a building that technically doesn't exist. Hard to believe that over 2 months had passed since the fall of Heavenly Host Elementary, since the 5 of us were returned safely to the real world. Okay, I didn't actually skip that far ahead. Ah, and the Sachiko Ever After.
都市伝説掲示板の噂ではこれをやった直後に地震が起きて神隠しに遭う危険ありって書いてあったのに
Supposed to and does, or at least it did.
ちょっとそんなのに付き合わせてたの
Well, apparently it is. You've got shit friends, girl.
ひどいごめんこれでみんな離れ離れにならずに済むよ
Together forever. Ooh, Celio.
幸子を失ったあの空間からは幸せの幸子さんの効力も消え、
After Sachiko vanished from the closed spaces, the effects of Sachiko Ever After vanished from the world along with her. Ah, okay, so the Sachiko Ever After doesn't work anymore. Good to know.
迷い込んだ聖者を閉じ込めて
And certainly, no one was going to miss a
呪い
place
の
like
学校を
that,
消滅させられたのはよか
where
った。
countless living things were trapped, their lives snuffed out violently and traumatically. Yeah,
私たちは
those three.
友達と
But along with the school,
Sensei
the
no
lives of her friends and her teacher
その
were
生きた
also
証
erased. And they weren't
存
just
在までも
dead,
奪われてしまった。
but wiped from existence entirely. By the way, that is the weirdest view of Satoshi I have ever seen. At least I think that's Satoshi. Maybe I'm too used to the...
聖子はいたんだよ。どうしてみんな分かってくれないの。そんな子いないのよ。さあ、薬を飲みなさい。ナオミ、飲みなさい。飲むの。いや、私はおかしくない。おかしくなんかないんだから。生き残った私たちにとって
We may have been the lucky ones to survive, but for us, these past 2 months had been hell on earth.
誰か助けて。以上、しっかりして。絶対死なせないから。
Wow, the directional audio is pretty damn good.
私は軽はずみに手を出したオカルト儀式のせいで出血多量の大怪我をして何週間も入院を余儀なくされてしまった。
Oh, yes.
昨日退院してから初めて登校した如月学園。
Back at Kisaragi Class 29.
校門前で私は校舎を見つめて身をすくめた。この門をくぐれば鈴本さんやゆい先生たちのいない現実をいやおなく思い知らされるから。
Very true.
篠崎、
Oh? There's Satoshi. Oh gosh, it's the other survivors.
みんなこの世界で心の底から分かり合えるのは
These were the only people in the world who understood me. The only people I could relate to. The only ones who remembered her 4 departed friends. Because they too had been through Heavenly Host Elementary. But unlike the others, they survived to tell the tale. A tale that no one believes. You could blame them, to be fair, but still.
おかえり。退院おめでとう。
Oh, I'm in control now. Okay. And now I actually have proper fucking menu options. I swear I hit that button earlier and it did nothing. Right, go back to the sound. Okay, yeah, there's just some things I can't do for the sound. That's fine. Language English, yeah. Can't do shit for the spoken language. Oh well. And that's fine, I can adjust that as needed. Alright. Nothing in my inventory. That's fine. Okay, so that, but holding that runs. That brings up the message log. That's fine.
おかえり委員長。中島さん。
I guess we're just talking to everyone.
やっと出てきたか。
Shut your fucking mouth, asshole.
岸沼くん。
Yeah, Kishinuma is... yeah. He loves her. Ayumi loves him. But neither of them will admit it to each other.
篠崎、おかえり。
うん。ありがとう。
Okay, so right triggers fast forward. That's good. Or right bumper, sorry.
お姉ちゃん。
Ah, there is one bad thing about having to play another corpse party game. We have to deal with fucking Yuka again. Yes, even in this game, we're not fucking done with Yuka.
ありがとうゆかちゃん。大丈夫よ。
Oh boy.
この時、私はまだ知らなかった。
At this point, I still didn't know.
天神症のあった多重
I
閉鎖
didn't
空間の
know
と
that
ころでは
even
ない
outside of the closed spaces of
現実
Heavenly
のこの世
Host,
界に
even here in the real world,
幸せのサーチ
okay then.
みんなおまじない好きだよね。またなんか新しいの仕入れなきゃ。
Because apparently every schoolgirl in Japan is into the occult.
ママ、今日は早番だといいな。お腹空いちゃった。
Yasuhiro would have a field day with her. Whoa, okay.
ママ。
Something tells me that ain't Mama. Just the wind. That's a pretty fucking powerful wind. Jesus Christ. Ow! Oh, you're gonna want to see a chiropractor after that one. Who the?
拡大しつつあったことに。
The curse's reach was growing. Well then,
変死事件がまた起こりました。
the curse
死亡
is
した中学生
growing.
の佐久間凛さんは
大
背骨が
丈夫だった？
折れた状態で発見されており、
What was that on the TV? Oh, it didn't even play. It's not even in the message log. Fuck. But yeah, okay, that's probably long enough. So yeah, a lot of those characters are should recognize from previous games. One or two of them were only shown in the spin-off game, Sweet Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash. Aiko, I think it was. The one with the blue hair. But even then, there were still some characters that I don't recognize. I can think of... Well, there was the guy in the hood. There was the pigtail hair girl. And then there was another blonde girl as well. So there's at least 3 there that I didn't recognise. Anyway.
まったく転んだ拍子に落ちていた刃物でああも大怪我するなんて一体何をしていたのあゆみ
Mama doesn't know anything that actually happened, does she?
日の絵みたいにまた幽霊がどうのとかオカルトまがいなことをしてるんじゃないでしょうね
I hope you're not dabbling in that occult business like your sister. She ain't dabbling in nothing no more.
ほっといてよ
Ooh, that struck a nerve.
もういつものこととはいえ
And
日の絵も
Hiro
どこへ行っているのやらうちの娘たちは親に心配ばかりかけて
disappearing. She doesn't even know she's dead. Wow. Okay. Ooh. Just want to check something here. Yeah, even the TV. Yeah, the TV just doesn't play for some reason. Or it doesn't appear in the log, sorry. Oh! Ugh. Okay, so I am just going to warn people here. It's something I should have said at the start, but especially with a raid coming in, I am going to give this warning now. I don't know what's coming up. That's a promise. I do not know what's coming up. But if it's anything like the previous mainline games of the series, and this is another mainline game, this kind of delves into some pretty sensitive topics, and pretty graphically as well, including things like depression and suicide. So anyone who's not comfortable with those kinds of topics, and self-harm as well, anyone who's not comfortable with those kinds of topics, I'm just going to tell you right now, this is probably not the stream for you. So consider this your trigger warning. I did not know they had Corpse Party games. I've only ever watched the anime. It's funny because I found out about the games and then the anime. I was the other way around. But yes, there's this is my 4th Corpse Party game at this point, because there was Corpse Party Blood Covered, which is technically the remake of the original one from 1998. Then there was Corpse Party Book of Shadows. And then the 3rd game that I did was one of the spin-off games. Corpse Party Sweet Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash. sometimes also known as Corpse Party 2U. And now we're doing this one, which is Blood Drive. So this is the third in the mainline series, fourth that I've done. Vibrant Soul! I am doing wonderfully. How are you tonight, my dear? That same horrible scene played out in my memory once more. Oh, I didn't actually realize a Pokemon had spawned. A massive earthquake rippled through the basement of the Shinazaki estate, leaving it teetering on the edge of collapse. Worse still, the whole place was in flames. Who wants a barbecue? Yes, this is basically following on right from the very end of Book of Shadows, it looks like. Hiro's mangled form appeared as if shimmering in the fire's light, red glinting off of red around the edges of the blades that were rapidly sluicing her flesh. They danced around and through her almost whimsically, prompting unnatural gyrations throughout her body without ever letting her so much as touch the ground. Genocide Jack would be pleased. Or maybe jealous, actually. I grabbed onto Hiro's body in a vain attempt to pull her to safety. She has no head! But Hiro used what little strength she had left to push me back.
あゆみちゃん、生きるのよ。お姉ちゃんはいつもあなたの心の中にいますよ。
I could distinctly hear these words in the back of my head, spoken in a soft, soothing voice. It was short-lived, however, as the ceiling suddenly became webbed with cracks and fissures and a massive beam fell from above, crushing her upper body entirely. More games than I would have thought they've made for this. There's actually another Corpse Party game past this one. I don't think it's related directly to this series, though, and I think it was meant to be part of a trilogy as well, but they never released anything past that one, so I don't know if I end up doing that one, but let's get through this one first. With this, I shot to my feet and began running in circles, screaming uncontrollably, because bitch, that's all you know how to fucking do. That and, fuck up anything occult related. I would have run right into the rapidly spreading fire if Naomi hadn't caught me. My hands and feet were covered in red bruises and cuts from the swarm of blades that my spell had summoned, 'cause you're an asshole. Naomi was bleeding as well, but nowhere near as badly. I'm just thinking what you were saying there about the anime as well. I have seen the anime, or bits and pieces of it anyway. It's alright. Bit short, but it's alright. But the anime is obviously based on the games, because the games came out in 1998. Well, the first one did anyway. The bit that might surprise you if you're not aware of this. There are 2 live-action Corpse Party movies. I would not recommend them, but know they exist.
失われたみんなの存在を取り戻すため、篠崎幸子と天神賞の呪い、その根源を追う私と中島さんの前に。
Nakashima and I wanted more than anything to bring our friends back, so we'd gone after the root of the curse behind Sachiko's Shinazaki and Heavenly Host
取り
Elementary.
壊され
We
こ
sought
の世に存
and
在しないはずの
found
篠
another
崎
place
義恵
that
と
shouldn't
幸子の
exist.
成果が現れた
The estate of Yoshi and Sachiko Shinazaki. It was supposedly torn down long ago, but there it stood.
その地下にあった古代の本
In its
ブ
basement,
ック・オブ・シャドウズで
we found an
黒魔術を
old book of
試した私は
spells known as the Book of Shadows. Convinced I could undo the horrors I'd seen, I decided to try a little black magic of my own. And this is why you don't dabble in occult matters. Live action versions of anything are always hard to bring to life. There have been some good ones in recent years, but most are to be avoided at all costs. And the Corpse Party live actions are no exception, believe me.
夢かうつつかもわからない恐ろしい事態に襲われて瀕死の重傷を負ってしまったのだ
I feel sorry for anybody whose introduction to the Corpse Party series is one of the live action movies. I mean, the anime is an alright introduction, but still. This inevitably led to the worst nightmare of them all. I was attacked from all sides, uncertain what was real and what was not. The wounds I endured should have been fatal. But then this would have been a really short game, so yeah. Nobody
どう
asked
し
you
て
for
あの
them.
場所が分かったのかは知れないけれど飛び込んできたお姉ちゃんが
I don't
私をかばって
I don't know how she knew where I was, but just as things seemed bleakest, Sis came rushing into my rescue. Head first. I'm sorry, I'll stop with the jokes. Well, for the moment I'll stop with the jokes.
結局私は何もできず
In the end, I'd only
た
made
だ犠
things
牲を増やし
worse.
ただけだった
All I did was add one more sacrifice to the pile. Oh!
死んじゃえばよかったのに私なんかみんな私の犠牲者じゃない私なんか私なんか私なんか
いいぞ、死ね。死ね。死ね。
Who the fuck are you?
なんだよ、やめるなよ。
Well,
そのまま死ねよ。
there's one of the people that I didn't recognize. And with one shoe on my desk and sporting a rare open-mouthed version of a shit-eating grin, a boy wearing a black parka was just somehow there, in my room, without explanation. A rare open-mouthed version of a shit-eating grin. I mean, I can't describe that as anything else, to be fair.
死んでくやつが俺の名前なんて興味ねえだろ。嘘ばっかだな、お前の反応。
Okay.
それが嘘だろって言ってんだよ。本心はどこだ、クソ女。殺したいんじゃなくて助けたいんだろ。苦しんでるてめえをよ。八つ当たりしてねえで動け、甘ったれ。
Wow, okay, yeah. You are an asshole of biblical proportions, and I've only known you like 30 seconds.
誰も助けちゃくれねえぞ。
誰よ何なのよ何しに来たのよ
And by the point, how did you get in here with nobody noticing?
誰でもねえさ。
Hi, nobody.
嘘ついたまま本当に終わっちまっちゃつまんねえぞ。
Huh? And without a word, he motioned for me to put my hand out and unceremoniously plopped a piece of 10 yen gum into it. Okay. The boy smiled with a cold yet oddly kind expression, then finally took his leave by jumping out the window. Okay, man, you do you. And all I could do was stand there and sob like a bitch. Oh, meanwhile, with Yoshiki.
確か篠崎の家はこっちだったよな。
Mm-hmm. Oh, hello. Goodbye.
変わった格好のやつだな。
It's certainly eye-catching, I'll give you that.
天神症も崩壊し消え去った今、罪滅ぼしに私に何ができるのだろう。
Get on your knees and start praying.
はい、お疲れ様。
おう、サトシ。
Oh, I remember this music.
お前今日弁当だよな。屋上で食おうぜ。
ああ、そうだな。今日は天気も良さそうだし、行くか。
I'm guessing this is before what we just watched.
おお、すごい空だな。雲が全然ない。
秋晴れだな。
この辺で食べよう。しかしなんか妙に軽いな、弁当箱。
Have you actually opened it and make sure there isn't, like, you know, the equivalent of 20 bucks in it? I don't know what that is in yen, so don't ask.
よしき、今日はなんだ？
時間あったから揚げ物にした。
Ooh. Oh, so why are your legs clipping through the balcony, Yoshiki? I just noticed that.
相変わらず何でも作れるな、お前は。俺んちは昨日の残り物とかだよ、多分。
いいじゃねえかよ。この幸せもんが。
そうなのか？
For bread or something. I was joking when I said that.
母さん。
Your mom's a deadbeat.
あら、こんなところでご飯なの？今日は晴れてるし、一層美味しく食べられそうね。
Yes, my 1,000 yen looks very delicious. Also, who the fuck are you?
確か、庭クオン先生。
Kuon? 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 How the okay, yeah, I have no idea how you say that. I will take a shot at a dreepy though. I think. This was our class's TA, Miss Kwon Niwa, age 24. Thank you for confirming her age, Jesus Christ. She was an English teacher with white hair, blue eyes, and a soft, delicate voice.
クラスメイトの話によると、俺たちが天神小学校から戻ってくる日から、
Okay.
ちょうど半年前に この学校に赴任してきた先生らしいが、俺たちにその記憶はない。俺たちがいる世界ではゆい先生という別の先生がその立ち位置だったんだ。
So, she's basically the replacement for you, okay?
だからこのクオン先生には悪いけど、天神小学校から生還した俺たちはみんなこの事実に違和感を感じていた。
サトシ君、ご飯がないの？
No, no, I do not.
何が食べたい？
Answers on a postcard?
好きな食べ物は？
How do you care?
カツ丼？
Ooh, that actually does sound nice. That actually sounds really nice. Where the hell are you
な
going?
るあの先生。
からかわれたんだよ。
Guess I'll go buy some bread at the cafeteria, yeah. If there's meant to be talking here, there is no talking here. Should probably hurry it up. I mean, lunch has already started, so I doubt they have a whole lot left at this point. Fair? Alright, wait right here, I'll be back. Hold the run button while moving to sprint. Sprinting gradually drains your stamina, and if you run out completely, you won't be able to move again for a short time. Oh god, there's a stamina system in this game. Your stamina will recover whenever you're not sprinting, however, so be sure to slow down every now and again. Alright, so... I'm working on it! Fuck off! Oh god, okay, that's actually... Wow, and I didn't stop that. That was the game itself doing that. Okay, so at least they give you a little warning when you're about to run out of stamina. So, can I... I'm just gonna test something here while it's safe to do it. Okay, so I can kinda do that. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I didn't make it. Aww. Too busy running in circles on the roof.
仕方ねえな。俺のエビフライ一本やるよ。
Told you they'd run it. Here, you can have one of my fried shrimp. Open up. Oh, God. I feel like a baby bird. The parallels. My eyes shone upon meeting those of the magnificent golden fried shrimp.
本当か？悪いな。
Oh, for fuck's sake. What the fuck?
持田聡様ですね。
Are we about to get neuralized?
俺？はい、そうですけど。
お食事をお持ちいたしました。
What the fuck?
え？
The man in black handed over a lacquer box containing pork cutlet on rice with egg. Picture perfect in every way. It was my favourite meal down to the last detail. I share Satoshi's reaction on this one. What the fuck? Yoshiki, utterly dumbfounded, loosened his grip on the fried shrimp he was holding. It plummeted to the ground, defeated by this new contender. What the fuck?
なんだ先生
I have so many questions already. Ah, we know you from, Sweet Sachiko. I remember you being a bitch, Aiko.
委員長
The classroom glowed with the golden hue of twilight, but my gaze was fixed at the floor. It must have been obvious to Nakashiba that I had a lot on my mind.
大丈夫委員長
She asked this as she sat down at the desk in front of me, facing backwards. She was trying to comfort me. But she had dark circles around her eyes too. She and I must have looked very similar to one another from an outside perspective. My left hand was still wrapped in bandages. It throbbed incessantly, reminding me of the previous night's events. I ignored it as best I could and forced an empty smile.
ごめんねもうこれ以上迷惑かけないから迷惑ってどういうこと
I couldn't bring myself to answer that. I just flashed another smile, a confusing one that must have looked very strange to her, and left the classroom.
委員長
So
今出て行ったの篠崎か？
it's almost like Ayumi's just like given up. And I can't say I blame her, considering she's the one that started all this. Indirectly.
ナオミどうしたんだ
You're looking good after your fucking succulent pork cutlet feast.
委員長なんだか思い詰めてるみたい私たちでフォローしてあげた方がいいかも
お前もだよナオミ無理していないか
大丈夫辛いのは私だけじゃないし私一人甘えてられないもの
Well, considering there only are 5 Heavenly Host survivors out of the 9 that went, yeah.
委員長変な気起こさなきゃいいけど
What, you mean like stab herself in the hand with a pair of scissors? That kind of drastic. As I walked, I thought back to my time in the hospital. I was lying in bed, arms and legs virtually mummified in bandages, when a woman with flowers came in to see me.
はじめましてあらそっくりですねお姉ちゃんと
You're right, I have no fucking clue who you are.
このと私は山村未来あなたのお姉ちゃん日野江と共にウィッカインスティテュートという精霊崇拝組合に所属しているものです
The Wicca Institute. Okay, that explains a bit.
お姉ちゃんはいこれはお見舞いです
And as she said this, she placed a bouquet of flowers on the small table by the bed and looked around the room with a curious expression on her face.
ご両親は今いらっしゃらないお買い物に行っていますそうお父さんもお母さんもまだ知らないのですよね日の絵の死を
I guess not.
彼女が命を落としたあの日、あなたを追って旧篠崎家跡地へ向かう前に、日野江は私に最後の連絡をくれていました。お姉ちゃんがきっと自分の運命を理解して、そして受け入れていたのね。精霊は人の死期を教えてくれるの。その分できる精一杯の行動と覚悟が持てる。彼女は立派だったわ。
And tears began to pour from my eyes, and I could do nothing to stop them. With all those bandages, though, you've got plenty of things to dry them up with. Welcome back from the ad break, folks. You've not missed much. I had been sitting up in bed, but unconsciously started to curl into a fetal position as best I could with the bandages. Yamamura put her hand on my back to comfort me.
あゆみちゃん、日野への意志を伝えるわ。
Her last wish.
黒の本、ブック・オブ・シャドウズを取り戻しなさい。代々篠崎家が守り続けてきた門外不出の禁忌の書よ。
Okay.
あの本が心ない者の手に渡れば、この世は混乱の淵に落とされてしまう。
But wasn't the book destroyed with the Shirazaki estate?
私たち WI は精霊と心を通わせる自然の意志にただ沿おうとする白魔女の組合。ご両親の反対を押し切って篠崎家から飛び出した日野江は今さら関わるのをためらっていたのだけれど、近年その存在を感じるようになってずっと気にしていたの。私とウィッカの仲間で調べたけれど、篠崎義恵と幸子の屋敷跡地にはなかったわ。更地だったはずのあの場所に焼け焦げた家の梁や瓦礫が現れていて驚いたけれど。
Oh, interesting. So the building that didn't exist suddenly exists, but then burned down? And the ashes were there? But
けれどあの場所からは消えても感じるの。存在はまだ残っている。この世のどこかに。
You mean the Book of Shadows hasn't been destroyed? Yamamura looked directly into my eyes.
この町にあなたや篠崎義恵と同じ篠崎家の血筋の方が住んでいたのは知っているかしら。
Yamamura pulled a notepad from her pocket and carefully wrote a name and address on the top sheet. She then tore the page and handed it to me. Makina Shirazaki. I knew that name. It was on the family tree.
覚えている名前だわ。義恵の家の地下室にあった篠崎の家系図。義恵の上に並んでいた彼女の母の妹、おばにあたる人。
Yoshi's aunt? Wow.
そのマキナさんの家に行けば何か黒の本を取り戻すための手がかりが残されているかもしれない。
Okay.
私たちは霊に対する感受性が強すぎて部屋に入ることもできなかったわ。
We just couldn't enter the room. You mean you don't want to break the law by breaking and entering, even if it is abandoned? We'll just get a little girl to do it. They won't punish her too harshly if she's caught.
何が起こるかわからないけれど、日野への意志を継ぐ強さがあるのなら頑張ってみなさい。
And with that, Yamamura simply turned and left the hospital room. Preferably out the door this time.
お姉ちゃんの意志。
And suddenly tits. On the other side of the door, a peculiar girl stood in wait. As soon as Yamamura had covered enough distance to put me out of earshot, the two of them spoke.
ご苦労様。これでいいのね。お前らが息をしているだけでこっちは虫唾が走るんだ。殺さないでやるからさっさと消え失せろ。
Wow. Okay. Yamamura ran away as quickly as she could without drawing attention to herself. And as if in response, the intimidating girl in the peculiar outfit spat on the hospital wall.
ったく世の中アホばっかり。
Now, I echo that sentiment. Like a lot. Does this button still work? Where is the button? Yes, it does still work. There it is. Okay. And as she mumbled these words, she sneaked a sidelong glance at me in my room. I was completely oblivious.
篠崎日之江簡単に死にやがってくっそ使えない。
Wow. Also, seriously, girl, put a fucking bra on. Won't kill you. It was time to meet my fate. I had no trouble locating Makita's residence. I don't know what I was expecting, but what I found was just an ordinary apartment building. You mean they exist in Japan? I couldn't involve Machida and the others in this. They'd been through enough already. Besides, this was a family matter. My bloodline was responsible for this whole mess, so it was only right that I be the one to make amends. Alone.
ここね。下連雀南団地。
I'm so glad you said that.
ずいぶんボロボロ。これは何かの事情で取り壊されないまま放置されているのね。管理されているのかしら。
You've never been to Britain, have you? Half of our buildings are left to rot. And we only tear them down when they've half fallen down. Whenever you see a candle on the map, you can examine it to restore your HP and save your game. Okay, so they work exactly the same way as they did in the original game. Alright, well, we've not saved at all this game, so might as well. Okay, oh god, that brings back memories, that book. Huh?
これってやっぱり不法侵入って
Isn't this trespassing? Probably.
気が引けるのと不安で落ち着かないや。急に扉が開いて
The door suddenly opens and he yells at me for being here.
死んじゃうかも。
Well, don't then.
誰か来る。
Nope. When a person gets truly startled, she's unable to move due to the combination of fear and, well, being put on the spot. It's like she's been planted to the ground. It may be human nature, but I hated not being in control of my actions. Nonetheless, there I was, a sitting duck, just waiting for someone to come down the stairs. I've also just realised how dark that is on screen. Jesus! What's going to be the way to fix that? I mean, I don't mind turning the brightness up a little bit more. Can I get in there from here? I'm stuck in a cutscene, so I can't change it right now. Hello, dear. I hope the stream is going great. How's the stream looking from your point of view? Like, is it a bit too dark? Because it looks a bit dark in my preview. Except, no one did. The seconds ticked on, but I was pretty definitively the only one here. And now it got brighter? What the fuck? Come on, get to a point where I can actually adjust the brightness a little. It was okay, but some bits went dark. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's weird. Hang on. Settings. But some parts look bright and okay. Why the hell did that go dark then? Because I could see absolutely fine the whole time. Oh my god, trying to do this with a fucking controller is a pain in the arse. Like, I could either do it all the way, like, I could either tap the stick, or I could hold it and it just goes nuts. Right, so I'll tell you what, wait. Oh, I'm using the mouse, fuck it. Let's try that. Oh god, that looks too bright. And I didn't even get it to where I wanted it. How's that? I mean, it's meant to be dark, this section, but yeah. Now there's no audio. Hang on. Why? Why is there no audio? Okay, no, it's just the footsteps that are dead. Okay, weird. I should check that mailbox first. Okay, seems okay, I guess. I can see it. You guess, okay. Do I need to adjust it on the stream then, maybe? Hang on. Game capture video, filters, effect filters. Fuck, what would I come under? Right, let's just go do that for a second. Hang on. Oh god, okay. Alright, I put the gamma up a little bit though, on the stream itself. How's that? Is that too bright, too dark? Because I'm getting kind of conflicting pictures here. Also, how are you doing, Alyssa? I tell you what, let's try that. Let's try that. That's kind of put a little bit of gamma on. Not too much. So hopefully you still get the same kind of feeling, but let's try it. Right, fine. Fine, I'll check the damn mailbox. The mailbox was stuffed with vast quantities of tissue paper. I mean, I know this is all abandoned and whatnot. It's probably like It's probably horny teenagers, you know, wanking in the corner and then just bailing their wanky tissues. I'm doing okay, thanks. Oh, good, good. I am glad. The bottom layer of this stack had turned an unpleasant shade of brown. Ew. It may have just been from years of settling debris, but if that were the case, it shouldn't have been that dark. I slowly unwrapped the tissue, morbidly curious as to what I might find inside. Hold your breath. It was only then that I noticed the inside of the mailbox itself, which was stained a deep crimson. It looked a whole lot like blood. I'd unwrapped enough by then to see what was inside the tissue paper, too. It was the skeletal remains of a bird. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking, disturbing, and who the fuck mails a bird? To be fair, I think that would be my reaction too. On the rusted panel of the mailbox from which I discovered this gruesome find was a name scribbled in permanent marker. Shinazaki. Oh, thank you for the lurk, Steph. Welcome in, by the way. Right, now can I go up? Oh, God, hi! Gonna be doing some vacuuming in the background. All right, no worry, Steph. Thank you for stopping by and having me on lurk. And bugger, ow, that hurt. And let me give you some horror while you do your vacuuming. Yes, it's all in your head, Ayumi. It should fucking stay there. Yes, I made it to Blood Drive, Clever Pigeon. Welcome in as well. Been a while since I've seen you in here, but welcome in. How are you doing today? Okay, persistent use of your flashlight will eventually kill its battery. If this happens, you'll need to find a new battery and use it, or you'll be left in the dark. I did put infinite on just to be on the safe side, though. 401, Shinazaki. I mostly lurk when I'm around, to be fair. Fair enough. Oh, for fuck's sake. Then what made you break your silence this time? Also, why is it in Japanese horror games nobody knows how to use the fucking bathroom? Okay, the door's rusted shut and won't open. But it definitely sounded like there was somebody there earlier. I think this game is very interesting. Oh, God. So I'm curious to see what you think of it. Ugh. Fair enough. Where's my PCG? Do I need an OIBAT? No, I do not. So it's not going to stop me. The door is shut tight. Knock or do... Oh, it's not like selections like it is in the other games. Oh, God. So, I need to do this on the fly because I'm not using an Xbox controller. I'm using a PS5 controller. So A is not A is X. Which would mean Y is triangle? Hmm.
すみません。
Open up! I'm related to you and I need a goddamn piss! It's the fastest one of the series to bring the toilet stuff into it, as you've just discovered. Oh god, yeah. We're still in the prologue, so yeah. There's a doorbell on the wall nearby. Please, I really need to go potty. Pressing it only produces clicks. Fuck you, Noibet. Have I caught anything today? I don't think I have. I just don't. I just want to double check that my settings are right here. Okay, yeah. So Y is triangle. I took a deep breath, mentally prepared myself for what I was about to attempt, and grabbed the steel doorknob. The hell was that? Okay, the immersion of that. I genuinely thought that was behind me.
こんな時に誰これ知らない番号
Unknown number, yeah.
もしもし
Bushy bushy. 'Oh my god, the audio is actually traveling. And the number disappeared from the screen as if the call had never been placed.
あれ壊れたかなやだもう
Just get... What the fuck? Did the door just open?
開いてる
Sweet Frida, where's your fucking bathroom? I'll take a sink if I have to.
怒りっぽい人が住まなくなってから何年ぐらい経っているんだろう
Well, apparently 0, considering there is a candle that is burning here. Unless you put it here, yeah.
お邪魔します
Is anybody in there?
靴脱いだ方がいいかな
Look, I know this is Japan, but no. Take off your shoes, you're just asking for a tetanus shot.
今人の声がそうだ篠崎よしえの家に行った時の教訓を生かさなくちゃ今回はちゃんと用意したんだから
And how have you come prepared?
お姉ちゃんが研究のために使ってたボイスレコーダー
With the voice recorder is used for research, okay.
2008年11月10日午後7時48分篠崎真希菜の家捜索開始
This is not the fucking Blair Witch Project. Get on with it.
私は大丈夫。頑張れる。あの学校とあの家をくぐってきた。
Exactly. Right. I will just take a save here just to be on the safe side. No pun intended. Looks like a bathroom door. Fucking use it! It's a Japanese style toilet. What is the deal with these toilets? Like, I'm not even, no, let's not get into that discussion, but fortunately, despite the condition of the apartment building in general, it seems to be a modern and fully functioning non-septic model without any foul smell. Oh, Christ.
水は出るのかな。
It's an abandoned building, even if it's not. Who the fuck cares?
大きな音で水が流れ出しても怖いな。
Look, your body is telling you to piss.
なんでこんなにおしっこしたいんだろう。体調のせい。
Please don't be too graphic. Please, please, please don't be too graphic.
ダメ。このままじゃ漏れちゃう。
Sneaking into a deceased woman's abandoned apartment and using her bathroom. Don't you feel privileged? It was kind of absurd, but I almost felt like I was infiltrating the deepest chambers of an enemy base. It's a fucking toilet. Come on.
緊張して出ないや。
Oh, for fuck's sake. And with what sounded like my own relieved voice echoing back at me from the walls, I thought I'd finally done my business, but my bladder still felt completely full.
私まだしてないのに。
I don't know about that, you got something out.
天井から漏れてるわけでもないのに。
As if accompanying the loud bubbling sound, the dull squish of a blade cutting into flesh was also faintly audible. Jesus. It immediately brought to mind somebody slitting her wrists. No, I'm not even going to ask. Bye! I should hold it for a bit longer. Alright, fine.
山村さんの話だと、篠崎真希菜はすでに亡くなっているってことだけど。
Okay, yeah. Oh, and we're back to the
生活用
flashlight.
品とか当時のままみたい。 篠崎真希菜が亡くなった後、誰もここに入らなかったのかしら。
Are we sure she's dead?
やっぱり怖いよ。
No, seriously, are we sure she's dead? On the tiny kitchen table sat numerous prescription bags and instructions, sorry. The name written on every bag was Makita Shirazaki.
やはり篠崎真希菜の家で間違いないの。
Okay. I guess we're going to get something to eat. In the corner formed by the wall, the refrigerator, and the sink, there's an extremely disturbing amount of mold growing. Just breathing the air nearby feels hazardous to one's health. Well, don't get that close to it. There aren't really any signs of food anywhere, however. Maybe Makita didn't eat much. Well, let's check her fridge and find out for ourselves, shall we? There was a photo hanging from the freezer door. Though blurry and hard to make out, it seemed to be of a forest thick with mist, along with one additional detail that made it that much worse. What, you mean the noose?
私は大丈夫。私は大丈夫。
Did that door just lock behind us?
やっぱり帰りたい。怖いよ。手がかり。手がかりって言ったって。見当もつかないけど。マキナさんの遺品をできるだけ持ち帰ってみよう。
Yeah, you do that. No, don't. That was. Alright. There doesn't seem to be anything of note on the shelves. Okay. Oh, okay, the door did open again. Okay. Oh! Items lying about can be obtained by examining them. There may be hidden compartments or spaces and shelves and such as well, so be sure to examine everything very carefully. Okay. I can see myself in the mirror. I looked worried. There's something lying on the table. Batteries. So if my flashlight had run out, I could use batteries. Okay. Oh?
何かしらこれ。
It was a small white box made out of paper. So small, in fact, that it fit in the palm of my hand with room to spare. Damn, that is small. It was light as a feather, too. Ah, fuck it. We're here. Open it. Enough of the birds! Jesus fucking Christ! Enough of the birds! This is hurting my sensibilities.
なんでここにも入ってるの？拾ってあげなきゃ。でも怖い。触れない。ごめんね。ごめんね。
I closed my eyes and put my hands together, saying a little prayer for the poor animal. I then left the box where it lay and got back to my feet. Seriously, enough of the fucking birds! The drawer seemed to contain only insurance documents, as well as an official name stamp.
持っていけないや。遺族の人はいないのかな。他には。あ、写真。
Photographs, okay. The top photograph on the stack depicted a young woman with a hairstyle decidedly not of the modern era. Oh boy. Have you found Celeste?
この人がマキナさん。
The next photograph showed a different woman smiling widely. Her clothes were actually quite beautiful, and her eyes looked almost lifelike on the paper, like they could suck you in. I flipped through each of the remaining pictures, seeing mostly just more of the same. Until Tadbulb appeared. Akira, Raki, and Yoshi in Yokohama.
篠崎よし。幸子のお母さんだわ。
Okay.
だとすると、
Okay. Okay. In the middle of the room, a twin-sized futon was neatly laid out. Its top cover was convex, just as it would be if someone were sleeping beneath it. In fact, that's exactly what it looked like, almost unmistakably. And right on top of it sat a perfect cube of a box, about 10 centimetres across on all sides and bright red like a Shinto torii gate. Which would have been a lot more interesting if I weren't still scared out of my mind by the thought that there might have been someone under that cover this whole time. It won't open. Oh, hi! And again, what's going on with it? Oh, God, right. Why is the flashlight off? Oh, there we go. God, getting the brightness right on this one's gonna be a pain in the arse. I'm gonna have to probably do a little work in post, maybe. Or just get something in place to fix it for later streams. It was a silhouette of a human being, all black save for two perfectly round cutouts positioned halfway up the head, glinting with an unearthly light. There were no signs of life, nor detail anywhere along the shadowy figure, except in those eyes. But those eyes were very much alive. They were undeniably the eyes of a human. Oh, hi! And as if in response to my worst fears, I'd suddenly caught sight of a small girl in a black dress, standing right in front of me. Hesitantly taking a closer look, it was actually me, reflected in the mirror. But not just me. There was a black shadow behind me, and it was coming closer. I panicked and whirled around, and my light immediately went out. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna... Oh, Jesus. What is going on here? Hang on. I'm gonna... Ugh. Alright, we'll try that, because it is actually quite dark in this scene. Okay, that looks pretty similar to what I'm seeing, actually. I was completely shrouded in darkness, as if whatever I'd seen had fully enveloped me. Smoosh. I'd stepped on something soft and squishy. Unconsciously, I paused for a split second, pondering what it may have been. But my de facto conclusion was, I don't care! I need to get the fuck out of here! Oh dear, that door ain't opening.
なんで閉まってるの？私閉めた覚えなんてないのに。今忘れた頃じゃないわ。開いて、開いてよ。
Feeling around along the glass door's surface, I finally found what seemed to be the handle. I tried in vain to turn it, only to realize that I couldn't. Because...
何これ？右手が開かない。
I didn't have to ask, though. I could feel it and see it. My right hand was being clasped shut by the tiny, ghostly hands of a white-hued child. I shook my arm violently, and the white apparition faded from sight. But my closed right hand still wouldn't open. I had to get out of there. That was paramount. Clenched fist or no, I needed to leave before something worse happened. Panicked, I flung open the glass door. And we're back in here? Huh? Oh, hi. I fell back, completely sick to my stomach. My heart was pounding so hard and so fast, I was convinced I was going to have a heart attack and die. At the very least, I knew I was about to lose consciousness. That got loud. Oh, that got worryingly loud. And as if to confirm just how done for I was, my nose began bleeding profusely. I had no doubt at all anymore. This was the end.
篠崎、おい、しっかりしろ。
And how did they find us? Kishinuma moved my worn, limp body onto the tatami flooring and carefully sat me up. I regained consciousness right away. And I was immediately met with the worried gazes of Kishinuma, Machida, and Nakashima.
無事でよかった。
Nakashima wiped tears from her eyes. I was so relieved, so very relieved to see my friends. I started crying as well.
篠崎、なんでお前一人でこんなことしてんだよ。
Again, how do you know how did the rest of them know she was here?
私がやらなきゃいけないことだから。
何？
岸沼。サトシ。
よしきに任せよう。
because he's the only one that will actually quite happily talk shit to her.
私が始まりだから。
始まりって何のだよ。
全部私が悪いの。私のせいでみんないなくなって。お姉ちゃんはね。
I was sobbing like a baby. My face must have been a mess, and my voice came out hoarse and in short bursts.
悪いって何が？
私が幸せの幸子さんなんておまじない持ってきたせいだよ。全部私が悪いんだから。
まさかお前一人で全部の責任を背負い込んでんじゃないだろうな。なあ、俺たちは仲間だろ、篠崎。
I don't think she cares. I sheepishly nodded my head, then looked down. I didn't want to meet his gaze.
じゃあよ、頼れよ。一人で突っ走んなよ。いいか、今ここではっきりさせといてやる。あんなもの絶対にお前のせいなんかじゃねえんだよ。
死ぬまく
お前は悪くない。だからそんな風に自分を責めんなよ。
死ぬまく
少なくともここにいるみんなそう思ってるだろう。
ああ、ヨシキの言う通りだ。
そうだよ委員長、もう一人で抱え込まないで。私みんなをもう巻き込みたくないから、自分でなんとかしなきゃって。でも怖くて。
Yeah, you were. And look what happened.
私やっぱり何もできなかった。
ったくバカだな。お前はよく頑張ったよ。いいからもっと俺たちを頼れ。
バカってひどい。
Yeah, you're pretty fucking dense.
いや、だからよ。
No, that's exactly what you meant. You were right the first time.
ありがとう。
I didn't entirely believe them. It was a fact that this whole mess started when I led everyone in the Sachiko River After ritual, but I appreciated their words nonetheless.
こうなってしまった以上、残された俺たちはみんなでこの現実を受け止めていくしかないんだ。
受け入れるんじゃなくな。
ああ、少しでも良くしていくためにできることをする。
気持ちはみんな一緒だよ委員長。あなたは何もできなかったなんてことはないわよ。
Huh. I didn't recognize the voice at all, and was a little perturbed that no one else seemed startled by it. It belonged to a girl I'd never seen before, wearing an unusual outfit.
篠崎あゆみちゃんね。無事でよかったわ。
Hi, Aiko.
あなたは。
We saw her in CPTU, but I didn't. That's the only place I recognized her from. And I hated her in that game.
篠崎、お前がヤバいところに向かってるって、この場所を俺たちに教えてくれたのはこの人なんだ。
Okay.
三輪愛子さんだ。
Fucking Aiko. Wait, Niwa? As in, Kuon Niwa?
ごめんなさいね。いろいろと調べさせてもらったわ。私は情報や霊能関係に詳しいの。
Oh, for God's sake. You and Naho would have gotten on like a fucking house on fire. Oh wait, no you wouldn't have, because there was something mentioned about that in CPTU.
篠崎日野江さんの妹さんなら、そうね、 さえのきなほちゃんの友達といえばわかるかしら。
Ah, okay. I'm not sure about friend, but
お姉ちゃんのことも知ってるの？え？あなたのお姉さん、日野江さんはこちらの世界では有名人だったわ。あゆみちゃん、その右手開かないの？
damn. My right hand had been clasped shut this whole time. I'd almost forgotten about it. I tried to open it again, but still couldn't.
はい。
見せてみろ。
Kishinuba grabbed my hand and tried to pry my fingers open.
無理に開ける必要はないわ。きっと時期が来たら自然に開く。その時を待ちなさい。
It should open naturally when the time is right. Oh god.
あら？これは？
Huh? Oh, you saw the box. She attempted to open the box for just a moment, but her efforts proved to be in vain, just as mine were.
気になる箱ね。これも開かない。なるほどね。
Aiko was mesmerized by the unopening box. She seemed desperate to understand what force kept it sealed, almost giddy at the unspoken prospects of what it could mean.
ものすごい霊力。これはすごいわ。今晩預かっていいかしら。うちに戻れば開けられるかもしれない。
I had the feeling that this was less a request than it was a statement. She would never have taken no for an answer. That sounds like
今日
her,
はもう
alright.
遅いから詳しい話は明日させてもらうわね。放課後会いに行くわ。
And that night, you look like you're raring for a fight, just saying. That night, after I returned home, I stood in front of my mirror and just kept trying to open my right hand. I put every bit of strength and energy I had into it.
You raised my hopes and dashed them quite expertly, sir. Bravo!
Dark Elf Queen with the raid. Thank you very much for that. My clip still ain't working. I can only apologize for that. But welcome one, welcome all to the Birdcage, and to 50% of Ark as well. I am your friendly neighborhood birdie Raven. For those that don't know me, I'm a variety streamer, but I have leanings towards puzzle games and horror games. Corpse Party, I mean, with a name like that, which one do you think that falls under? But, yes, we're doing a blind run of Corpse Party Blood, Drive. Neil said Blood Cover, that's a different game. Oh, you were lurking in our chat as well, Alyssa. Well, thank you very much for continuing to push her average up. Annoyingly, she was going to be my bloody raid target today, but, well, what can you do? Oh, but Ayumi has had her hands in a fist for so long that she can't open it again. But she's finally got it open. Whatever could you mean? This is very clearly a cozy farming simulator game. Oh, how could I have got that so wrong? Well, Hell Queen is the queen of simulators, whether it be The Sims or I know said Castle Simulator, but whatever the fuck she was just playing. That's how we do it, dear. Damn straight. What I found inside my heretofore closed hand were teeth. Human teeth, from the looks of it. Very small baby teeth. 2 of them. The roots of each tooth were embedded deep within my palm, and I was bleeding quite a bit as a result. Somebody want to tell the baby to chew their food before they, get their teeth ripped out?
どうしてなんで私の手の中に子供の歯が
That's a question I'm sure we've all asked at some point in our lives, Ayumi. Oh, obtained all endings from chapter 0. Jesus Christ, all of that was just the prologue. We're 2 hours in. That was just the prologue. Oh, this is going to be a long game, isn't it? EVP entries for Hiro Shirazaki have been unlocked. Okay. New Encyclopedia Obscura entries have been unlocked. Oh boy. WI, I'm presuming that's the Wiki Institute. Kisaragi Academy, Yoshiki Kishinuma, Grimoire, Sachiko Ever After, Yui Shishido, Ayumi Shirazaki, Seiko Shirahara. Oh god, you are going to make me say this. Shimoren Yaku, I've probably butchered that. In fact, I know I butchered that. Shimoren Jaku? South Apartments. Mayu Suzumoto, Naomi Nakashima, Satoshi Mochida, Yuka Machida, Sakataro Moshige, Takabiri Yanagihori. Oh god, there's a name. Yoshikazu Yanagihori. There's a bigger name. Hajime Yamazaki, Mirai Yamamura, Ryo Yoshizawa, and Candle. Oddly abrupt. Just Candle. Just taking a break for a bit. No worries, no worries. More of that chili stuff. Would you like to save the system data? I mean, I probably should. And congratulations, the game is over. We are done. Thank you all so very much for stopping by. No, I'm joking. Alright. So that was chapter 0. And of course, after 0, naturally comes 1. But I am going to take a quick refreshing pause before I start the chapter. So yeah, give me a couple minutes. Alrighty, folks, I am back, and what the holy fuck-a-doodle is that? Whatever it is, I don't have one, so give it to me. Alright. What do you say we get into something that's not a bit of a prologue, eh? In fact, let's just see how far into the chapter I can get. And Dark Hell Queen, if you're still here, no, I am not ending! Returning. A day had passed since the events at South Apartments. Somebody want to tell me how you say that? If you can spell it phonetically, I am all ears. Or, well, eyes. Shimorenjaku? No, there's no j noise in Japanese. And there's no ya. Oh, I don't fucking know. This was to be a significant turning point for me, and Machida might have been a part of it from the start. Except that fate seemed to have other plans for him.
クオン先生、俺、今日は大事な用があって。
ダメ。サトシ君、昨日の唾液の小テスト、ちょっと残念な点数だったでしょ？
Like an owner training a puppy, Kuan gave him a strong glare and held up her index finger in reprimand.
今から1時間、私の授業に集中しなさい。そうしたら、次の小テストも解けるようになるから。
Oh, sexy teacher gonna give you a personal lecture. Oh, Satoshi, you lucky fuck.
先生って英語科でしょ？唾液なんて専門外じゃ。
一生懸命教えるからできるよ。
This coming from the woman that had a dinner sent to us. She seemed a little taken aback by that remark, puffing up her cheeks like a chipmunk in protest.
いや、先生。クオン先生ってユイ先生そっくりだな。
Oh, really?
ごめんなさい。
Looking both bemused and guilty, Machida tried to get up and leave his seat in one swift motion, but he was quickly and easily caught, lifted up and forcefully sat back down. Yeesh!
ダメ。
Miss Kwan was smiling. She was actually enjoying this.
なんだこの先生。
Miss Kwan was only the slightest bit taller than Machida. This did make her taller than the average, but her arms were small and frail. There seemed to be no way she could possibly have lifted someone of his build. And yet she did. This whole situation was rather bewildering for him, and he made no attempt to hide his confusion. Not the only one.
さあ、始めるよ。
I forgot. Satoshi's getting all the fucking teachers at this point. He's getting felt up by Miss Yui, and then when Yui died and Kwan replaced her, he's now getting slammed to the desk by her. You kinky motherfucker!
はい。
He had no other option. Yeah, because there's probably a whip somewhere in here as well. Apparently he was going to be studying algebra for the next hour, come hell or high water. Meanwhile, this scene looks familiar. At a local cafe near the school, Kishinuma and I were sitting down to speak with Aiko Niwa, the informant who'd led my friends to be the previous night. And can I just say, this looks exactly the same as the one from CPTU. Must just be reusing assets.
大丈夫？お腹でも痛いの？
I responded with a dismissive gesture while continuing to rub my abdomen with my other hand. Ever since the previous night, I'd had this constant, unbearable urge to pee. Oh, for fuck's sake.
なんだろう。昨日怖い思いして過呼吸が続いたから、体がおかしいのかな。
Look, I'm not a woman, so I don't know all the specifics of the female body. But you can only not pee for so long.
ずっと膀胱が膨らんでる気がする。何から話そうかしら。
Aiko tilted her head and stared at me, looking me up and down, seemingly judging my every mannerism, my every movement. It was making me feel really self-conscious. I covered my abdomen with both hands, as if guarding it from her gaze. Yeah, 'cause, she's totally after that snatch.
昨日はありがとうございました。いいえ、大したことはしていないわ。如月学園って案外広いので、岸沼くんたちを探すのに少し手間取ってしまったわ。
Kishinuma and I stared at one another, still unsure how to feel about this strange new addition to our entourage.
あゆみちゃん、岸沼くん。あなたたちって天神小学校の生還者よね。
Strange it doesn't begin to explain her. But she knows about Heavenly Host. I should say she was involved in Corpse Party to you, but strictly under the proviso that anyone visiting Heavenly Host and was not brought into it would lose their memories of ever being there. So how does she know about it? We'd pledged never to discuss Heavenly Host with anyone else, which we'd always assumed would be an easy promise to keep. But now, casually and out of the blue, here we were.
なんであんたそのことを。
あなたたち死後の世界に接してきたでしょう。通常人間には身につかないオーラの色をしているわ。私には見えるの。
You've been touched by the ever after. There's a joke here that I'm not going to make, but you can make it yourselves. Both Kishinuma and I were speechless. I just sat there staring at my palm, subconsciously trying to see my aura, I guess. Aiko was smiling at us triumphantly.
愛子さんは霊能関係の情報屋で、ナホさんのお友達なんですよね。ええ、ナホちゃんに天神小学校の情報を提供したのは私。
Oh, interesting. So Aiko knew about Heavenly Host before Naho. The true source of the deaths and subsequent erasures that had turned our lives into a living nightmare was the Sachiko Ever After ritual posted on Naho's occult blog. I'd been a fan of Naho's for quite some time, so when I saw that, I knew I had to try it out with my friends in Class 2-9, and as a result, half of those friends were now gone.
ナホちゃんがキビキ先生のために霊能探偵をやっていたことは知っているわよね。
Yes, that's true. Kukibiki. And weirdo asshole with a camera.
はい。幸せの幸子さんの情報が掲載されてから失踪されたことも。
Correct. Because we know she's dead. And has been since the first game.
私はね、心霊スポットや霊能関係の情報を集めて、それを欲しがる人に有償で提供してきた。
Fair to who?
報酬はお金、もしくは私の興味をそそる霊具の類。相手によってふっかけ方も変えるけれど。まあ、ギブアンドテイクよね。向こうは情報が欲しい。私はお金と霊具が欲しい。
They want my information and I want their cash. Or their artifacts. Physically, Aiko was a very attractive young lady. I'll give you that one. But personality-wise, the jury was still out. Her words were calculated and emotionless. Her true intentions a mystery. Kind of reminds me of like an evil version of Kyoko now that I think about it.
だから私は情報屋をやっているの。ナホちゃんもいいお客さんだったわ。あの子が最後に買ったのが天神小学校の情報。
Some people deal on the stock market. Some people deal drugs. This girl deals in intelligence. And, well, it's questionable how much she has. But more than she's letting on, I'm sure of that much.
ナホちゃん、これでキビキ先生の小説がなんとか賞を取れるってすごくはしゃいでた。
Naho is single-mindedly excited about Mr. Kibiki's work. Well, yes and no. I think Naho was single-mindedly excited about Mr. Kibiki.
ねえ、教えてくれる？あなたたちの閉じ込められたあの異空間にナホちゃんはいた？
Yes, she was.
ナホさんはキビキ先生と一緒に亡くなっていました。
Yes, Naho died, Kibiki died. The cameraman, I cannot... The cameraman's name's escaping me right now. It's No, Taguchi, that's it. Too many fucking Japanese names. between this and Danganronpa, I'm way out of my league. I looked down as I answered. Despite everything she'd done, the memory of Naho's passing was still painful for me. She'd become one of Heavenly Host's lost souls and gone completely berserk. In the end, I was the one who finished her off.
そう、やっぱりね。
Aiko seemed completely unaffected by this revelation. Her tone remained even, and her expression cold and distant. Honestly, I'd had about enough of her by this point. She was so devoid of empathy, it was almost offensive. I was genuinely starting to get pissed off. Shame that's the only thing getting pissed.
平気なんですか？残念だと思うわ。でも予想はついていたから、わざわざ取り乱す必要もないでしょ。
Kishinuma continued to stare intently at Aiko with his own brand of cold, emotionless eyes. He was oddly quiet, though his anger was palpable. I clenched my fist.
じゃ、この子はおまじないを一緒に行ったと思うんだけど、あっちにはいたかしら。
This girl alongside Naho? Sayaka? Oh, I just realized I know two Sayakas now in these games. Showed us a photo of a girl named Sayaka Ui.
いえ、会ってないからわかりません。
You have, you just don't remember it.
そう。
Well, just remember it's a spin-off game. CPTU is a spin-off game. Aiko's expression was so unfaltering, you could carve it in stone. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to say something.
ナホさんのことお客さんだなんて。そんなの友達って言わないと思います。
My voice was breaking with rage. But even if that hadn't been the case, my face must have read like a book. This icy bitch may have had only one expression, but I sure didn't.
あら、あなたは客って言葉に対して随分と偏見を持っているのね。取引を行う以上、私はそこに最大の誠意とクオリティを提供する。
When I deal with my customers, I give them a guarantee of the utmost quality and dedicate myself to their satisfaction. Not a guarantee.
つまりそれがパートナーとしての信用で、フレンドシップにも負けないものだと思っているけれど。そんなこと。
That's cold. I had no idea what to say. It seemed like Aiko was used to this sort of thing. Her response felt carefully rehearsed, like a sales pitch. And finally, Kishinuma broke his silence.
あんたよ、昨日篠崎を助けてくれたことは感謝するけどよ、 金やなんかの見返りのためにそんなろくでもない情報を拡散させるなんて旗迷惑だと思わねえのか。
I imagine quite comfortably.
情報は情報よ。それ自体に罪はないわ。道具と同じ。それをどう使うかは使い手の問題でしょ。
There's no such thing as good or bad information. Where do I begin with that one?
その気になれば、その辺にあるコップでも人は殺せてしまうのよ。
That cup over there could be used to kill a man just as easily as any knife. Are we talking from experience?
んなもん詭弁じゃねえかよ。
あなたもそう思う？あゆみちゃん。
愛子さん、ごめんなさい。私はあなたの考え方嫌いです。無責任だと思います。
Her expression remained calm and collected overall, but her eyes blinked several times in rapid succession. It was the first outward sign of emotion we'd seen from her.
やれやれ、ひどい嫌われようね。慣れてるけど悲しいわ。
How does it feel to be a social pariah? Aiko quickly shrugged off her sudden outburst and was back to her usual icy self.
天神賞は俺らがぶっ壊してきたからいいけどよ。
That's true, we did destroy Heavenly Host. An awkward tension filled the room. Or at least our table.
じゃ、本題に入りましょうか。私があなたたちに近づいた理由、伝えたいことについて。
Okay. Aiko produced a thick, hardbound file folder from the light blue bag she'd brought with her. She opened it to reveal several documents of a questionable nature. There isn't anything illegal in there. I'm not going to have to worry about my stream, huh? Among them were what looked to be a family tree, as well as numerous pages featuring black magic symbology, or images that looked like tree branches.
黒魔術の文字対応表。篠崎家の家系図。少しショッキングなことを伝えるわね。
I would say I hope you're sitting down, but you probably are, with an abdomen that's about to burst. Aiko was looking directly into my eyes now. Her gaze was fixed, intense, and unblinking.
さっき岸沼くんが言ったことだけれど、間違いよ。
Wait, what was incorrect?
あ？何がだよ。
天神小学校は壊れてなどいない。今もまだ存在し続けているのよ。
Heavenly Host Elementary has not been destroyed. It still exists even now.
これを見て。
Aiko placed a black and white photo on the table. It wasn't the clearest of pictures, but there was no doubt that the location it depicted was Heavenly Host Elementary. Is that Yuka? Not Yuka. In the picture, a small girl could be seen standing in one of those all too familiar hallways, holding a hatchet in her right hand.
天神小学校。
なんだよ、これ。
やっぱり。これは私が念写したものよ。力が足りなくて少し
It's a
不鮮明ではあるけど。
photograph. What?
今現在のあの空間、天神小学校の様子。
I didn't have the power to produce a clear images, but this is the current state within Heavenly Host.
一体どういうことなんですか?
I can't even describe what was going through my head at that moment. I felt like I was about to burst. Aiko, however, remained calm as ever while recounting her story.
順を追って説明するわね。
まず
Oh, I'm all ears.
昨日の例の赤い箱だけれど、開けると
Okay,
このレーグが出てきたの。
okay, and I found these spirit items contained within that fucking box. The box I'd found on Makira's futon. Inside it were, apparently, 2 stones resembling magatama, comma-shaped ceremonial objects from Japanese antiquity. Oh, for God's sake, do not let Maya Fey see them. Or Pearl. Also included in the box were several more roughly hewn stones, as well as a lining along the edges consisting of crumpled pieces of thin white paper.
残念ながら箱の中でほとんど割れていたけれど、この一組は無事だったわ。
Okay. They looked almost like a demented version of yin and yang symbols, puzzle pieces that were clearly built to be slotted together. Or, according to the bottom right of the screen, spun in quite rapid fashion. Aiko now held 1 stone in each hand and was motioning them toward one another as if to drive that point home.
レーグというのはね、簡単に言えば死者の思いが込められたもののことで、
Okay.
物に閉じ込められた霊、またはその生前の記憶が持つ者に永遠と泣き言を語りかけてくる愉快なものよ。
Wonderful. I question the validity of that, but okay.
私はこう見えて無類のレーグコレクターでもあるの。
Uh-huh. Kichinuma and I briefly locked eyes again. We shared the same look of bewilderment. Aiko's personality was much more twisted than either of us had initially perceived it to be. And we perceived it to be pretty fucking twisted to begin with.
この子の意志を読もうとするとね、呪わしい声と一緒におさげの少女や廃校の風景が見えてきたのよ。
Okay.
気になったからこのカメラに。
And at this, she produced an old instant camera and placed it on the table in front of us.
私の念を映してみたの。それがその写真。私がこのレーグを使ってその時の今現在を念写したものよ。過去や未来の時間を超えた念写は私にはできないから。
Hey Winternoon, how are you doing tonight? Welcome into the chat. This particular space, the past and future are like beyond its reach. So it's a camera. It's just a bog standard camera. How am I? I'm mind-fucked, and I am pleasantly happy in the thought that I don't need to go for a piss, unlike Ayumi, who's been gagging to go since last night. I examined the photograph in greater detail, and a chill ran down my spine. There was absolutely no denying what it depicted. I was actually shaking.
篠崎幸子を失ったあの学校は私たちが逆落ちで脱出した際に崩壊したはず。
That's true. We appeased Sachiko in the first game. And everything was crumbling. So why does it still exist?
でも寸前のところでとどまったってところかしら。私に語りかけてくる声の主がまだいるのかもね。
Okay. Aiko motioned toward the photo in my hand.
例えば写真の女の子とか誰かしらね、この子。
The answer was beginning to dawn on me. A sudden cold sensation exploded through my body, and I shuddered, as if trying to shake off the encroaching realization that I could have saved more money in my car insurance.
くそ、あの地獄みたいな場所がまだ存在してるってのかよ。
Kishinuma leaned forward. The conversation was clearly beginning to enrage him a lot more than it had been.
その天神小学校、いえ、学校の形をしたあの異空間だけれど、ナホちゃんに紹介した手前、私も気になって調べていたの。あの異空間の正体はね、 涅槃という死後の世界に近い磁場なのよ。
The Nirvana. We've heard that word before. A netherworld or hereafter. An otherworldly plane of death.
普通はこの世とは別の次元に存在するものなのだけれど。
涅槃？
ええ。篠崎義恵については知っているわよね。
Yoshi Shinozaki. Yes, that's Sachiko's mother.
はい。篠崎の家、義恵の診療所に黒の本と呼ばれる魔導書、ブックオブシャドウズがあったことも。
Yes, that's where we nearly died. Why? How could she know about that? A million thoughts, a million questions were running through my head. Well, rather that than a saw blade. Oh wait, that's Hiro. I was speechless. All I could do was sit there and hear her out. It was like a muffled scream of a moan of agony. The sound you make when you want to make a sound but are barely able to. That one was a little more forceful. Accompanied by thrashing, it caused the nearby table light to fall over and roll along the ground.
あなた、落ち着いて、お願い。
This was Yoshi Shinozaki's clinic. And Yoshi herself was on top of her husband. Wait, where's this going? Was on top of her husband, holding him down with both of her hands. She continued her Shinto purification chant. To prevent Seiji from biting off his own tongue, he had been gagged with a towel. Needless to say, he wasn't looking particularly well. You think? Not far from where this was occurring, Sachiko stood aghast, trembling as she watched the proceedings with hesitant, sidelong glances. I swear at least 6 of those words were made up. Seiji, still collapsed on the floor, was clearly suffering. His body was bent into a most unnatural shape, and he was fervently clawing at his neck. This is some fucked up kinky shit. But more than that, why do you let a kid watch? Sachiko's father screamed through his gag, foam beginning to froth out from its edges. He was going into cyanosis. Ghostly images of Shinozaki women from ages past smiled down upon the event from the ceiling, laughing and mocking his suffering. Worse still, some of the women had traditionally blackened teeth, giving their smiles an unintentionally sinister edge. The atmosphere within the room was heavy, as if spirits occupied every empty corner, dancing and flitting about freely and joyously. I don't have a meowth, wow. Seiji's body sharply bent and began convulsing. He was close to coming. Speaking of coming, the second coming of Bigwar has arrived.
ありませる払い戸の狼たち。あなたしっかり。ああ。三親の御霊様、お願いです。連れて行かないでください。
Her great-grandmother Seira, the head of the Shinozaki family, was among the black-teethed women laughing joyously at Seiji's suffering. Are you telling me Jesus only got laid twice? Or, well, once, technically? His voice began to weaken, and his convulsions began to lose strength. Finally, the last spark of life had left his body. His eyes rolled back into his head, and all movement ceased.
お父さん息してないよ
Sachiko looked up, eyes glazed over with tears. Yoshi too was stricken with grief and despair.
霊能力者の血筋篠崎の者と結婚した夫は必ず早々の死を遂げる。呪われた家の運命に抗えなかったヨシエは
Raven, I don't know why everyone says that guy's coming back. It's not like he was nailed to a boomerang. Well, it is coming up to Easter. Like this fucking weekend. If you own a cave, block it.
心ない者たちから守るよう篠崎の家に託されていた禁忌の本に手をつける。
Moral of the story, never marry into the Shirazaki family if you're a man. You won't live to tell the tale.
それが黒の本ブック・オブ・シャドウズ。愛する者を失うそのことを恐れるあまり黒魔術に頼ったの。まさに高等無形でバカな話よね。ヨシエ自身もすがれるものなら何でもいい程度にしか思っていなかったと思うわ。
Aiko stared deeply into my eyes, seemingly fishing for a reaction to her tale.
ところがまさか信じられないことが起こる。
I continued listening, unknowingly stroking the wound in my thigh as unpleasant memories of my own foolish run-in with black magic resurfaced.
ヨシエの体に流れる篠崎の血筋、その強い霊力に想像もつかない何かが呼応してしまった。それは
The Nirvana. I instantly knew what she was going to say.
ヨシエの術で本の中から呼び覚まされた何か。それは涅槃。未来永劫、死者と共にいられる場所。死後の世界を切り取った空間がこの世に生まれてしまったの。ヨシエはもう半分正気を失っていたのね。一人娘の幸子を現世に残して自分は夫の魂と共に生涯をそこで添い遂げようとした。
Wow.
ランド・オブ・コープス
2 more treatments for co-host. Ooh.
ところが涅槃には意志があり、ヨシエの手でコントロールできるものではなかったの。
I knew that all too well. Just like Yoshi, I'd experienced my own tragic failure with black magic at the Shirazaki clinic.
黒魔術には障害反動がある。夫の魂はバラバラに飛散し、ヨシエの命も消えかけた。自分の愚かな行為を悔やみながら呼吸を止めようとしたその時、底なしに霊能力の強い一人娘幸子が涅槃を丸ごと体の中に飲み込んだの。
I'm sorry, but hopefully the treatments are going well at least.
幸子が
The poor girl collapsed to the floor, violently thrashing about as the weight of an entire dimension crushed her from the inside. This action had saved her mother's life. This being Sachiko, by the way. This action had saved her mother's life, certainly, but death would have surely been preferable. Picking herself up, Yoshi rushed to her daughter's side in tears.
幸子、さっちゃん、あなたお母さん死なないで、お母さん。
Both parent and child were bawling, pain mixing with relief, mixing with pain again. The little girl buried her face into Yoshi's bosom and just cried and cried. Yoshi grasped her tightly in both arms, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. By this point, Sachiko's body had begun producing a dark blue aura.
ごめんね、さっちゃん。ごめんね。お母さん間違ってた。
Only 2 more treatments, then I'll be able to see how much it shrank. Ideally, you'll have surgery in a month or so, you'll be cleared. Especially since they called it super early. Good, yeah, earlier the better. It says it's pancreas. Oh, Christ. Okay, yeah. Yeah, early is definitely good for that. Well, it's better for all of them, but yeah.
お母さんにはあなたがいるわ。もうあなたを置いていこうだなんて思わないから。
あなたも知っての通り、幸子も篠崎家当主直系の血を引くサラブレッド。
Yep. Whereas Ayumi, I think, is a half caste.
ヨシエを超えるほどの霊能力を持っていたのね。涅槃を丸ごと体内に封じ込めるなんてものすごいことよ。
Yes, yes. 6 or 7-year-old girl, just casually housing an entire dimension within her body. As you do. Aiko took a big, noisy sip from her coffee mug.
当時、ほとんど最強の霊能者だったんじゃないかしら。まだほんの小さな子供だったけれど。
でも、その幸子が死んでしまって。
Yes, at the hands of an asshole.
そう。保健医ヨシエの転落事故と同時に、幸子が行方不明になった。50年前のあの事件。
50 years ago, yes. 50 years ago at the site of the real Heavenly Host Elementary. Yoshi, well, they say died. Yoshi was killed. And then Sachiko disappeared and was also killed.
あれは校長による殺人事件でした。
Yanagihori, yes. Takamine, specifically.
やはりそうなのね。校長が余計なことをしでかしたおかげで、幸子の中に吸い込まれて封印されていた涅槃が復活し、あの異空間、天神小学校が生まれてしまったのよ。
It's probably because the school was the site of Sachiko's violent demise that her Nirvana took on its form.
ま、とはいえ復活した涅槃も資料として蘇った幸子の力で再び抑制されて、やっぱりその支配下に置かれていたようだけれど。
By the way, all my SDXE card without data transfer got ordered and should be here the next week, which means my storage issues will be sorted soon, so I should be able to do some PC games. About bloody time!
幸子がいろんな力を使えたのも、その涅槃の影響だったのかしら。
This was all starting to make a sick sort of sense. The pieces were falling into place and painting an absolutely awful picture. I shuddered to myself as I considered it.
現在はあなたたちが脱出の際に幸子を取り除いてしまったから、涅槃は再び暴走状態になっているのよ。
So you're telling me Heavenly Host still exists, but is running amok because all we did was remove Sachiko from the equation? Oh, crikey.
なくなってしまえばよかったのに。あんな危険な場所。
This entire conversation was a roller coaster of emotions for me. At this point, I was just angry. Angry at everyone involved in this whole ordeal, myself included.
さて、ここで少し突飛な話をするわよ。ついてきてね。
What?
はい。死んだ友達にまた会いたい？
I'm sorry, what? That certainly got our attention. Yeah, me too. We both perked our heads up immediately.
涅槃で死んだ霊は成仏できずに囚われ続けるというわ。お友達の魂だってまだあそこにいるかもしれない。
Well, Yui died there. Seiko died there. Morshige died there. And Mayu died there. So it's entirely possible. In fact, it's probable.
実はね、黒のブックオブシャドウズにはいろんな魔術が書かれているの。ヨシエの使った涅槃を生み出す術の他にも反言の術というものもある。
Yeah, that's the one we tried, and all it did was kill Hiro. And nearly us. Nakashima and I knew about that one all too well.
命を無理やり戻すなんて敬虔な宗教家に言わせれば神のおぼし飯に背く背徳の行為だと言われそうだけれどね。
は
I love how disinterested that sounded. Kishinuma seemed a bit more confused than he probably should have been, though I suspect the look in my face may have had something to do with that. I'd performed that spell, the very one Aiko was describing. It took hours, failed miserably, and killed my sister. All at once, the guilt returned. I lowered my head solemnly. I can't say that word. Aiko grinned at me, and I had this sinking suspicion it was because she somehow knew what I was thinking. Though I couldn't be sure, and I certainly didn't know how she would.
けれど、そんなものはクソくらいよね。冒涜も破壊も何でも来いよ。
Oh, yes, it's all taboo. But you can go see your friends. It's all taboo. It's an affront to God. But who cares about bullshit like that? Bring it on! The 11th commandment: Thou shalt not fuck with Aiko.
死んだ友達を生き返らせたいんでしょ？
You'll do whatever it takes to resurrect your dead friends. Oh, shut the fuck up, bitch.
だったらあの本を探し出し天神小学校でもう一度あの術を行えば成功する可能性は飛躍的に上がるんじゃないかしら。
Cast it within Heavenly Host. Okay.
おいあんた、何無責任なこと言ってやがんだ。またヤバいことになったらどうすん。
I didn't exactly mean to interrupt Kishinuma, but quite honestly, I didn't even realize he was talking. I was too focused on what Aiko had just said.
あなたは知っているんですね。私と中島さんのヨシエの家での失敗を。
I'll take that as a yes. Aiko tilted her head at me, that same wry smile creeping across her face. She'd gone from cold and emotionless to knowing and expressive in a mere instant.
あの時のことは夢幻だったと思っています。ありえないものを見て、ありえない体験をして、私はおかしくなっていたって。してはいけないこと、あんなこと。
でも現実だった。
Oh, it was very real. Hey, what I'm asking you to do is pretty blasphemous. Yeah, pretty much. Aiko pointed to the scar on my neck, then went one step further and lightly brushed it with her hand. I'm sorry, if a strange girl that I had only just met the night before brushed the scar on my neck, I'd be weirded the fuck out. And yes, I do actually have a scar on my neck. Quite a big one, actually, as well. I could feel that touch deep within my soul. I suddenly found myself swallowing my next breath, practically choking on thin air.
いい？人が本来触れることすらできない世の常識の裏側にあなたは手を突っ込んだのよ。
Alright, gotta get up and muck about the house for a while. Gotta leave the lappy plugged in to charge. No worries, Big War. Appreciate you stopping by and appreciate the lurking as well. And yeah, hope all goes well for you in the not too distant future.
今さら逃げられると思う？
Don't be creating no Nirvanas while you're away, though. This one's enough of a pain in the arse. I look down again, trying my best to avoid Aiko's gaze.
私にそんなことが。
Hey, brother, I'll at the very least try my best to at least lurk. No worries. When had I started crying? I raised my head again, intent upon looking deep into Aiko's eyes as she answered my question. But she looked so blurry through my tears. I could tell, though, that she was smiling at me. It was that same expression, her new standard.
そんなことで何？
みんな
うんうん。何？あなたの口からちゃんと聞きたいな。どうしたいの？
Oh my gosh, you are an evil bitch and I hate you.
生き帰らせ。よく言えました。
Aiko patted my head as one might a dog's after a successfully performed trick.
黒の本が生み出すのは魔女の英知が起こす奇跡よ。それは運命をもねじ曲げる力。たとえそれが確定した運命であろうともね。あなたは強力な霊能者の家系、篠崎家の末裔。日野江さんがいない今、これはあなたにしかできないことかもしれない。
My confidence was being bolstered by the minute, though in retrospect that was likely Aiko's aim. Nonetheless, if there was still something I could do for my friends...
だけど肝心のブックオブシャドウズがどこに行ったのかもわからないし、それに
幸子を失った天神賞には幸せの幸子さんのおまじないではもういけない？
Well, yes.
そうだと思います。あの学校で菅野ゆきちゃんという女の子に聞きました。
Ah, Yuki, that was her name. Aiko once again placed the bluish-white Magatama stones from the box in either hand, this time fitting them together, though not quite the way they were supposed to interlock.
そこでこれよ。
それは一体。
ものすごい霊力を持ってる。さすが篠崎の霊具ね。声が教えてくれたわ。これは幸せの石。
Ever After stones, okay.
幸せの石。
I leaned forward to spite myself. The name sent a shiver down my spine, but now that I'd heard it, I had to know more.
この石は2つで1つなの。これをパズルのようにくっつけて、涅槃よ、死人を迎えよと唱えれば、触れている者みんながいつでも天神小学校へ飛べるわ。
We both flinched at her chant, but Aiko just smiled. She must have intentionally oriented the stones the wrong way so the charm wouldn't activate.
戻る時も同じ。
She tossed the stone she'd been holding in her right hand into her left, where it clacked together with the other.
不思議でしょ？この子が教えてくれたのよ、この方法。
Aiko gazed longingly at the stones. She was clearly utterly enamored by them. It seemed as if they were the key factors in unleashing her newfound emotional expressiveness. But my focus was elsewhere. Without a doubt, the items Aiko now held in her left hand were extraordinarily dangerous. Possibly the most dangerous, horrific objects in the entire world. However, while Aiko was ogling them with her left hand, her right was feeling around for something in her breast pocket. She slowly removed it, producing an old black and white photograph. When had she taken that? It was the same photograph I'd seen at Makita Shirazaki's house the previous night. It depicted a young Yoshi alongside her mother and Makina.
10代だった篠崎義恵は、おばのマキナのことを慕って、よく家に遊びに行っていたそうよ。世界的に有名な霊能師の家系である篠崎家、ここならと。ヤゴーラ教会の生き残り、ヤゴーラのオキナが危険だからとマルトゥバから盗み出してきたブック・オブ・シャドウズを預けに来たんだけれど。
Martubas? Yagura Society?
それが揃うと危ないからと、石はマキナが、本はヨシエが預かって保管することに決めたそうよ。
Yagura Society? Martubas? I'd never heard these terms before at all. And then there was that damned Book of Shadows again. Why did that have to keep coming up?
あなたたちはあの学校から篠崎幸子を取り除いた。それによって大きな可能性が広がったわ。これまでのような一方通行ではなく、現世に戻ってくることができる。この世のものではない異空間心霊スポットが生まれているの。
Multi-directional travel? What? She thrust the ever-after stones towards me triumphantly and continued to make her pitch, growing more excited by the second. I was legitimately speechless. What could I say?
わかるかしら？まさにあの場所は宝の山よ。これまで眉唾、嘘800と笑われていた霊魂の世界への扉が開いたの。世界中のオカルト研究が一気に加速するわ。私はね、商売としてあの空間へ人を連れて行くツアーコンダクターをやろうと思うの。
Wow, you are beyond despicable. People fucking died there! Kishinuma and I both reacted to this preposterous suggestion with a start. She couldn't possibly be she couldn't possibly be serious. Could she?
ナホちゃんのブログからは片白のデータは削除したし、あの手段ではもう飛べない。行く方法は私しか持っていない。
What could she possibly have been thinking? I wanted to stop her at once. I wanted to take those stones and break them right there on the spot before anyone else got hurt. But I...
私はね、ツアーを運営するにあたって安全を確保したいの。あゆみちゃんはお友達の霊を探したいでしょ？だったらあの空間の再調査は共通の目的にならないかしら。
Yes, but our goals are extremely different. Aiko leaned in as she spoke, her breath scented with the sugary sweetness of the extravagant desserts we'd been eating, tickled my nose. What kind of fucking desserts have you been having that you could describe as extravagant?
ね、あゆみちゃん。私と一緒にもう一度天神小学校に行ってくれない？本来は片白を引きちぎる方法でツアーをやろうと思っていたんだけど、 こんな便利なアイテムが見つかっちゃったんだもの。これはもう運命よ。私やるわ。商売にする。
Aiko seemed like she was on top of the world. But that just made me all the more disgusted with her.
どうかしら。
On the other hand, she was offering me a chance to save her lost friends. And as my alarm goes off, and however remote that chance may have been, it stacked the odds frustratingly in her favour. I still couldn't just say yes, but I also couldn't say no. Honestly, I resented Aiko for putting me in this position. I glared at her for a moment before I said anything.
すぐに答えを出せるわけがないでしょ。考えさせてください。
I'd almost forgotten Kishinuma was there! Sudden waves of guilt washed over me. He had an absolutely incredulous look on his face. I couldn't bear to see it, so I looked away.
ブックオブシャドウズだってどこにあるかわからないし、そもそもその石だって本当にそんな力があるかもわからないじゃないですか。実際に試したわけじゃないのでしょ。
Aiko smiled. She oriented the two stones so they'd form a perfect yin-yang symbol, then slotted them together once again. Immediately, the stones began glowing with a bluish-white hue, and a stream of energy started to form around her.
マジかよ。
Aiko continued smiling and looked directly into my eyes. You know, if she used it right now, that'd be a hell of a way to escape the bill.
いいわ。ゆっくり考えて。この石はもちろんまだ試していないから、どれだけ危険かわからないしね。
Dinah dashed to the dead dimension. She slowly separated the two stones as she said this, and the energy surrounding her dissipated.
篠崎家の血筋、篠崎牧名の家で発見されたんだもの。きっと信憑性も霊言も新たかな霊具に違いないわ。
She's unfortunately right.
すげえな。ちょっと見せてくれよ。
Kishinuma didn't wait for an answer. He grabbed the Ever After stones from Aiko's hands and began examining them carefully.
あの箱の中にこんなものが入ってたとはな。あんたさ、まさかこの石を独り占めしようなんて考えてねえよな。
Aiko seemed taken aback by the question. Where'd it go, Kishinuma? You managed to catch her off guard.
これを見つけられたのは半分は篠崎が体張ったおかげなんだろ。
Aiko seemed to ponder these words for a moment.
じゃあ、お互い勝手に行けないように一つずつ持っていましょうか。
わかりました。ちょうだい、岸沼くん。
Kishinuma plopped one of the stones in my hand, then slipped the other back into the drawstring pouch Aiko had brought them in, and closed it up. He then casually handed the pouch back to its rightful owner.
その気になったら連絡をちょうだい。そうね。サービスとしてブックオブシャドウズの捜索は私も手伝ってあげるわ。無料で。ね。
I'm beginning to sound like fucking Yoshikazu. Aiko flashed us the biggest, most gregarious smile I think I'd ever seen. The closed version of a shit-eating grin?
あの本さえ見つかれば一緒に行ってくれるのよね、あゆみちゃん。
I closed my eyes and gave something like a half-hearted half nod, lowering my head without raising it again. It was interpreted as a yes, but I'm not sure I meant it that way.
ぐっと。 じゃ、ここは私が出しておくわね。
It's on me today. What's on you? Aiko got up and grabbed the check. Oh, after I was just talking about dining and dashing.
いえ、私も出します。
I took out my wallet. I had no desire to owe this person anything. Aiko just smiled.
それじゃ割り勘ってことで。
Dutch it is? Why is everything Dutch?
そうそう。これは私からのプレゼント。
Aiko handed her photograph to me.
嫌だわ。そんなに構えないで。これは無料で差し上げるわ。だから安心して。
What's the catch? Oh shit, actual movement.
最低だよ、あの人。
I despise her! Yeah, I'm beginning to as well, to be honest.
ああ、
鈴本さんや篠原さん、森重くん、ゆい先生、みんなのことが終わったら、この石はすぐに壊すから。
ああ、その意見には俺も同感だ。両方ともぶっ壊す案だがな。
Agreed. As if he'd been waiting for this cue, Kishinuma pulled the other stone from his pocket. How the fuck did you do that?
岸沼くん？
あの学校のヤバさも知らねえで浮かれてやがったからな。こっそりいただいてきたぜ。
岸沼くん、すごい！悪い人！
That's amazing! You're terrible! Well, which is it?
緊急事態によりやむなしだ。けどよし野崎、こう言っちゃなんだが、生き返らせるとか鈴本たちのことはもう考えない方がいいんじゃないか。
Hard to say, because they've already tried it once, and, well, look what happened.
無茶ばっかして、お前がまた死ぬ思いするとかよ。鈴本も結衣先生も篠原も森重もみんなよ、そんなこと望んでねえと思うんだ。
でも、そうじゃないかもしれない。
What do you mean?
いい加減にしろ篠崎。サトシや中島がどんだけお前のこと心配してると思ってんだ。
ごめんなさい。でも、お願い岸沼くん、もう少しだけでいいから、私の気の済むまでやらせて。お願い。
くよ、いいか、一人じゃダメだぞ。こっちは俺が預かっとくからな。
You're not gonna do another sleight of hand, are you? Oh!
大丈夫だ。
I turned my gaze up to meet Kishinuma's. My eyes must have looked like saucers. Windows into a mind full of worries, ideas, and fears, spurred by this unexpected turn of events. To me, it's a normal Wednesday.
なんかあったらすぐ連絡しろよ。前みたいに目つぶって突っ走って勝手に死にそうになってんじゃねえぞ。俺だってお前一人くらい守れる自信はあんだからや。
Why does it look like you're just petting a dog? Kishinuma patted me on the head reassuringly as he said this, and I had no idea how to react. To be fair, I'm not sure I would either. I felt warm and safe, but also a little annoyed. much like a younger sister being simultaneously comforted and scolded by her big brother. All I could say in response was... I could feel my eyes still bulging from my head, opened as far as my eyelids would allow. I imagined how I must have appeared to Kishinuma, and was momentarily embarrassed.
んじゃ、そろそろ帰るとするか。
Oh, I have control again. And I'm controlling Ayubi, okay. Not just yet. There's probably shit I need to look at. Oh, there's a girl here. Don't need anything from the store. Fine. He's late. Seriously, what is he thinking? That boy needs a boot to the head, I swear. Oh. Someone bring up that video. The sign on the door reads closed for the day, though this building's actually been vacant for years. Used to be a photo studio, okay. Where the fuck? Okay. Is the owner of this house happy? Obviously, they're experiencing the daily joys and hardships of life like everyone else, but do they really understand what it all means? Sure. Oh my god, this place is massive. Oh, right, yeah, I should probably. I remember running up these stairs with Mayu Suzumoto. At the time, it never dawned on me that the legitimacy of those memories could ever be called into question. Why would it? When you graduate, transfer, or get married, you're always still able to see one another as long as you're both alive. But in this reality, it's as if Suzumoto never even existed. I forgot about the fucking stamina system. That stamina system is going to get us killed at some point, I guarantee it. Where are all the people? The streets seem unusually quiet. Is it just because of the late hour? That's the point. There's a girl there, and that's seemingly it. Boot to the head. Oh! There's a human arm poking out through a hole in one of the garbage bags! Oh, on closer inspection, it's from a mannequin. You asshole game! You fucking asshole! Could have sworn I just saw something moving under the trash can. You probably did, it's a city street. Anything on this side? Nah. Alright, let's go. Hi, Mom.
今日の変死速報です。死亡した岡部さんは背骨が折れた状態で都内のこの場所で発見され。
Broken spine? Ooh. Although that sounds like the girl from earlier. A Tokyo map was displayed on the television screen, marked with 2 red dots. The marquee at the bottom provided the headline, "Sudden violent deaths remain unexplained." Dinner will still be a while yet. Maybe you should take your bath first. Oh god. Alright. I know from previous games, there is questionable content when it comes to anything bath related. This is a blind run. If there is anything like that coming up, I apologize in advance and will try to get through this quickly as I can. If there isn't anything like that, thank fuck. And without thinking, I'd left the socks I'd just removed from my feet on the living room floor and began walking toward the bathroom. Pick your trash up, girl!
これ靴下。
うん。
This was a bad habit of mine, so ingrained within me that it had almost become ritual. Mom did well to have caught it so quickly. I grabbed my socks and left the room.
みんなの魂がいる天神症でブックオブシャドウズを使えば今度こそ生き返らせることができるかもしれない。
I set my bag down in my room, quickly and automatically grabbed my sweatpants and spats, and made a beeline for the bathroom. Well, that could have been worse. That could have been a lot worse. When I got there, I threw my socks into the hamper with purpose, then began peeling off my school uniform. As I observed myself in the mirror, I began to murmur.
障害反動。もしあれがまた起こったら。
Those burn marks on my neck and arms were eternal reminders of what I'd been through at the Shinozaki estate. I could clearly remember the agony I went through as they'd formed. I remember watching them sear into my flesh out of thin air, blood spurting from them as if I'd been knifed. I only survived because Hino sacrificed herself in my place.
やるしかないじゃない。
I tried to force self-confidence into my expression. When it wouldn't come, I slapped my cheeks hard. It was in me somewhere. It just needed to be yanked out into the open. I hope you mean your face cheeks, not your ass cheeks. I'll leave that stuff to Melissa.
あなたが頑張るのよ。
It's worse! Okay, let's just get through this as quickly as we can. I lowered my head into the water ever so slightly, blowing bubbles in the water with my mouth. The pros and cons of returning to Heavenly Host were racing through my head.
奇跡の力。確定した運命に挑む力。篠崎の末裔。
Can you continue this thought a little faster?
みんなを生き返らせてみせるわ。
Thank you.
ブックオブシャドウズのありか。
Oh, Christ, okay.
すぐにでも。
I don't think I'll need to cut that, fortunately.
ブックオブシャドウズのありかだ。
You again?
相変わらずずれた感性してやがんな。
Seriously, how the fuck do you keep getting in here? This was just about the last thing I expected. Yeah, it's about the last thing I expected and all. I couldn't help but scream. It was that same boy who'd found his way into my room last time, wearing the exact same clothes. He spoke to me without once turning his head to look in my direction.
涅槃を知ったか。やっと悟ったようだな。てめえの宿命ってやつを。
He smiled, still facing away from me. It was a confident yet sinister grin.
あなた、なんでここに？
Why and how are two very good questions right now. I don't have one of them either.
音響のまじないなんて基本中の基本だろうが。いちいち驚くんじゃねえよ。それよりもだ。忘れんなよ、それ。運命に課せられたてめえの責務だからな。その末裔ってとこ。
あなた！
あ？
警察呼ぶから！この変態！ストーカー！
You pervert! You stalker! You molester! I mean, all very, valid criticisms, but wow. My face had to have been as red as fire by this point.
うるせえよ、この父なし女が。誰が幼児みたいな体しやがって。てめえみたいな貧相な体、見ても何も面白くねえんだよ。
Jesus fucking Christ! That's, I think the less said about that, the better, but fucking hell. I hate this guy and I love this guy in equal measures so far. My head felt like it now housed all the blood from my entire body. I imagined myself white as a sheet below the neck and flashing red above it, on the verge of a megaton explosion.
いいか、よく聞け。ブックオブシャドウズは涅槃の中に戻ってる。てめえが篠崎家で失敗したあの時にな。
How the hell do you know that?
ほら。
He handed me the photograph from Aiko.
いつの間にこれが何だっていうのよ。
よく見ろ、節穴女。ここだ、ここ。
I grabbed the photograph from his hands as aggressively as I could muster, then backed away slightly, putting as much distance between me and him as humanly possible. I'm sorry, how the hell do you do anything aggressively when you're literally naked and holding a towel to yourself? This isn't always towel treatment. Not on a balcony for one. It was definitely the same picture of the little girl holding the hatchet that Aiko had showed us earlier, but I now noticed that she was holding something in her other hand too. It was a hardbound book, around the size of a typical desk dictionary, and though I could barely make it out, there was a certain aura to it that looked an awful lot like a face. Silent Hill 4, anyone? Creepy. It looks like a face.
力を使いたいなら、もう一度ね。天神小学校と言った方がいいか？すぐにあそこへ飛んでその本を手に入れろ。そうすりゃ、お前の願いも叶うだろう。
He stuck out his hand and pointed directly at my face, then slowly lowered it down towards my abdomen. He was now inexplicably pointing at my lower body, but as soon as I started to get self-conscious, he flipped his hand over and opened it, exposing his palm. There was another piece of 10-yen gum cupped there, the same kind as before. I'm not sure why I took it, but I did, without even thinking. As soon as the exchange was made, he immediately turned toward the bathroom window, apparently preparing to make his escape.
あなた、何者なの？どうして私に？
My questions seemed to stop him in his tracks.
教えてくれるの？
I wasn't about to drop my guard, or your towel by the sounds of things, especially given the obvious advantage this boy had over me. But he didn't seem like he'd come to attack me or anything. Rather, it was almost like he was trying to lead me somewhere, to show me the way. Well, he ain't exactly the Pied Piper of Tokyo, is he?
今はまだ話せない。
Can't or won't. He turned his head toward me just enough that I could catch a brief glimpse of the eyes beyond his hood. They were ice blue in colour, but gentle and sincere. A far cry from the rest of him. He smiled once more as he leapt out of the bathroom window. I was kind of dumbfounded. I had no idea how to process what had just happened. How do you?
どうしたの、あゆみ？大丈夫？
Also, Mom, What took you so fucking long? Mom barged into the bath, brandishing a broom. It was probably the first thing she could find with which to fend off potential intruders. Too bad she hadn't been just a moment quicker. All I could do was squat on the cold bathroom floor and stare at her with hollow eyes. There was no way to adequately explain any of this to her. How do you explain it? Meanwhile, with Yoshiki, it was late at night and I still hadn't bothered changing out of my school uniform. I needed food though, so I decided to hit up the convenience store on my way back home. I picked up a bottle of olives, a pack of tofu, some mineral water, and other various things to keep me going for a while. Sounds a bit like my fridge apart from the tofu. The hell was this? I could hardly believe it. There was actually an occult section at the damn mini-mart with all kinds of stupid stuff like spirit talisman magnets and anti-demon wards. I grabbed one off the shelf at random and looked at the company logo on the backside. PL Promotions Co. Incorporated. For these last 2 months since we'd gotten back from Heavenly Host, it seemed like there was a real spiritual boom going on all over the world. Whenever there'd be a strange death or something, the public would be all over it, downright excited about the possibility that it might be supernatural in nature. It was all over TV shows and magazines too, with independent researchers checking out spiritual hotspots and giving fancy new age advice to people, just to boost ratings or sales. And now this exorcism merchandise next to pre-packaged cupcakes and ready-made dinners. The things you get up to on your in your bachelor life. Sticking ready-made dinners in the microwave, finishing it off with a cupcake, exercising the plate. I don't fucking know.
コンビニでお札が買える時代かよ。ちょっと前までならこんなもの見ても気持ち悪いって笑えたんだろうけど今じゃそんな風に笑えなくなっちまったな。
Yeah, lots happened in 2 months.
こんなの本物相手に聞くのかよなんて思うようになると。
The item I was examining happened to be one of the spirit talisman magnets, seemingly the last one in stock. Huh? An old lady suddenly reached around me from behind and yanked it right out of my hands.
どう
She glowered at me for a moment before taking her prize over to the register. Fuck, you can have it. And I just stood there, staring blankly at her as she walked away.
なんだよ。
ありがとうございました。
Oh, and the girl's been replaced by flowers, apparently. It's a withered bouquet of flowers. I heard there was a serial killer who'd recently done in a middle school girl around here. These were probably left in memory of her or something. It's pretty messed up. Wait, I wonder if that... Wait, was that girl... Was the girl that was standing here earlier when we were with Ayumi? Was she the murdered? Which then, if it was a little while ago, was she really actually standing there? Interesting. Is the arm still there? Would you stop fucking doing that? Oh, just a cat. Do I feel like an idiot now? Only now. Oh. Well, apparently that was the way I meant to go.
岸沼くん。
Hi, Ayumi.
篠崎
What are you doing out?
何してんだこんな時間に。家に帰ったんじゃねえのかよ。
うん。ごめんね。こんな遅くに。アルバイト？
あ、今日は遅番だったからな。で、まさかずっと待ってたのか？なんか悪かったな。
うん、平気。
It was actually a really chilly night. I could see Shinazaki's breath dissipating around her chin in short, frequent bursts.
平気じゃねえだろ。震えてんじゃねえか。嫌じゃなければ寄ってけよ。シャくらい出してやる。
うん。
My room was on the second floor of the apartment building. I hadn't been expecting guests, but I had just tidied up for my own sake a little while back, so it was fairly presentable. A far cry from me. I need to do the same. Shinazaki immediately sat down in my bed and began sipping the tea I'd made for her. She was holding it in both hands, probably less for politeness and more just to warm them up.
美味しい。
変だろ？妹がいつも送ってくんだよ。いい茶話。
The sound of a large truck driving by seemed to catch her off guard. She was clearly a bit jittery. Unsurprising, all things considered.
こんな時間まで工事してるんだ。
ああ、年末近くになるとこういう意味のない工事増えるな。うるさいわ眩しいわで寝れやしねえよ。
I bet you have.
大変。
Time passed us by at a snail's pace. Shinazaki continued to sip her tea, never once removing either hand from the warm cup. She definitely had something on her mind. Something had happened. It was written all over her face.
親に断ってきてんのか？
ううん。連絡は大丈夫。
そうか。
You told them? More tea sipping. Shinazaki was in my room. I'd dreamed about this before, but never thought it would actually happen. Oh my god, you horny motherfucker. I mean, to be fair, the two of them do love each other, but won't admit it to either. Neither will admit it to the other, as I said earlier.
つか。なんだな。
Well, he loves her. I don't actually remember if it's actually the other way around.
いや、その。
Or if Ayumi's more interested in Satoshi. There is a weird love triangle when it comes to Satoshi. Because there's Naomi, Yuka, which, considering Yuka is his sister, is kind of weird. And I think Paul... Actually, yeah, I think it is Ayumi as well. So I was wrong about that.
どうしたんだよ、こんな遅くに。なんかあったのか？
うん。ね。
I had a strange man in my bath! And he wasn't... And he made a rude comment about my tiny tits!
はあ?
Yes,
今から
seriously!
展示場に行くだ?
Oh boy. I was half acting, as admittedly this wasn't entirely unexpected. Shinazaki may be a lot of things, but unpredictable is not among them.
お願い。
で、この石を取りに来たのか。
I took out the ever after stone I'd stolen from Aiko.
いいか、篠崎。確かにこの石はさっき光ってたし、何か力はあるかもしれねえ。だがよ、もう一度あそこに行ったところで何をどうできるんだ。また出られなくなって下手したら今度こそ死んじまう。そうなりゃここでのお前の存在まで消えちまうかもしれねえんだぞ。
It's a bit of a bum deal, isn't it? I tried to be as strong and commanding as I could possibly muster. I needed her to realize what a bad idea this was.
私の存在なんていい。それよりみんなを救いたいの。
救う？
黒の本、ブックオブシャドウズのありかが分かったの。
さっき言ってた あの本のことか。
Mm-hmm.
見て。
She had that photograph thing from Aiko with her and was pointing to the little girl's left arm.
私たち実はもうさっき見えていたのよ。この女の子の左手のところ、それがブックオブシャドウズよ。
I didn't have to look very hard to see it, but
本か。確かに持ってるな。それでこれがブックオブシャドウズだっていう確証はあんのかよ。
I have no idea what the iron bundle is, but yay!
ないけど。でも多分間違いないと思う。
多分ってお前。
That's kind of, abstract. That really could be anything.
天神賞へはね、この本を取り戻しに行くの。そしたらみんなの魂を涅槃から解き放てる。鈴本さんたちを今度こそ生き返らせることができるわ。
What is it with your fascination with Mayu more than the others? I mean, Moshke, it was weird. I'll give you that one. But the others, come on. How could I argue with that? There were so many assumptions being made, but she was There were so many assumptions being made, but she was so sure of herself, so certain that this would work. She wasn't about to listen to reason. Speaking of Mayu, Shinazaki shook her head furiously, like some sort of violent shudder. It almost seemed like she was trying to shake something loose from her mind.
つか、そもそもこんな石で本当に天神賞に行けるのか。あの女、庭愛子だっけか。どう見てもうさんくさかったぜ。
それは試してみなきゃだけれど。でももしまた天神賞に行けたら、みんなの魂がそこにあるんだから、今度こそ反抗の術が成功すると思うの。
篠崎。
She still had deep scars all along her arms, legs, and neck. Anyone could tell at a glance that she'd just recovered from a serious accident. She sounded so self-assured, so self-confident, but it was hard to take any of that seriously. This was the first time in my life I'd found myself tearing up over someone and not being embarrassed that I was crying. Honestly, it surprised even me how deeply I cared about Shinazaki and how much I just didn't want to lose her. My eyes were getting hot and glazed, and I felt utterly hopeless. Helpless, sorry.
こんなこと
Well, probably hopeless too.
誰にも話せないけど、あなたは信じてくれる。石沼くん。
I was at a complete loss for words. I found myself literally scratching my head, trying to come up with a good answer. This was Shinazaki, and she had come to me for moral support, for encouragement, for peace of mind. It was really the first time she'd ever truly relied on me, ever truly counted on me. I knew then what I had to do.
もうよ、あのクソ学校であんな目にあって帰ってきたんだ。今さら何があっても驚きゃしねえよ。お前が言うんならきっとそうなんだろう。理解はできないけどな。できないままに俺は決めたことがある。
決めたこと？
ああ。何があってもお前を守るってよ。
Shinazaki and I stared into each other's eyes for a moment, each of us trying to figure the other out.
心配すんな。大丈夫だ。
I tried to force a smile. Shinozaki had basically curled up into a ball at this point, her tiny body collapsed in on itself for support. But now, all of a sudden, she unfurled herself and glared at me. I couldn't tell if she was mad or happy or what. Her eyes were either like daggers or saucers. I couldn't really make out which. Maybe she'd come here expecting me to actively shoot down her ideas or something. Maybe she thought she'd be alone in this. Maybe she'd figured out what I was up to. Or maybe she'd been expecting me to say exactly what I said to her. And maybe it annoyed her? Either way, tears began to explode from her eyes, so quickly that red bags were forming under them almost instantly. She then turned her back to me, all with one seemingly unconscious spin of her body.
どうした篠崎？
昼間私の頭ポンポンってしたでしょ。
Yeah? She seemed like she was trying her hardest not to let herself cry, though it wasn't exactly working.
んなことしたか？
Yes, you bloody did!
したあれだけど
She paused, seemingly waiting for me to answer. But I had no idea what to say, and absolutely didn't want to say the wrong thing. So I just stood there like a dolt. Well, at least you're honest.
やっぱり覚えてないなら
Finally, she turned back to face me, her tears mostly dry. Still a little self-conscious about crying, though, she kept her eyes closed, a telltale frown belying her confidence. There was obviously something between the lines for me to read here, but hell if I knew what it was! Oh god. You do not know women, my
お
friend.
前の持ってる石の片割れ見せてくれよ。
はい
Shinozaki removed the Ever After stone from her pocket and placed it squarely in my hand. I positioned it next to my stone and stared intently at the two. This was the turning point. What I did next could decide our fates. I couldn't mess this up. Outside my window, I could still hear the sound of construction vehicles driving by. It was now or never. I beg your pardon? In as close to one solid motion as I could manage, I opened my window and chucked the two stones out into the road. Wow. I timed it perfectly, and my aim couldn't have been better. Another truck was just about to pass by, and the stones were immediately in its path. The sound I heard next was a satisfying crunch. It was the sound of delicate glass-like rocks breaking into tiny pieces. Shinozaki had rushed over to the window and directly witnessed the fate of the Ever After stones. As soon as the truck drove over them, she collapsed to her knees. Yeah, that was kind of the reaction I was expecting. I couldn't even finish my sentence before Shinozaki's palm slammed my face with an incredible force. The loud smack of flesh on flesh echoed throughout the room. The side of my face was immediately in pain. I began rubbing it with my hand as I looked into Shinozaki's eyes. I bet you they're daggers now. Her face was filled with tears and her nose was running. She was breathing so heavily, her shoulders were bobbing up and down.
やっぱりあなたはどうしようもない人。
篠崎、聞いてく。
ちょっとでも信じて私がバカだった。
She was absolutely hysterical with rage.
行かせるかよ、あんなところに。
It was my turn to fire back now. I was certain I'd done the right thing.
本があるったって具体的にどこだ。行って何をするんだよ。何のプランもなしに行ってまた死ぬ思いするだけだろ。
嫌い。何よバカ。アホ。不良。
You just listed his best features. I swear I made that joke before. Leaving me with those hurtful words, Shinazaki then pushed past me and ran out of my room, crying like a child the whole way. I stood back up again, rubbing my cheek where I'd been slapped.
お願い。どこ。
Oh, I have control. I have control. Oh, hello.
無事だったんだ。トラックに踏まれたのに。
当然だろう。ただの石じゃねえんだ。
You again?
あなたは。
Jesus fucking
よく
Christ.
手段を手に入れたな。
Although the hood's
論
down
から
now.
手段、次に実践だ。進め。貪欲に貪るように邁進しろ。お前はもう飛べる。パンピーどもを超越する世の断りに手を突っ込むことのできる人間だ。
教えてよ。味方なの？
I don't know whose fucking side this asshole's on.
篠崎。
篠間くん。
比べてこいつはクズだ。
はい。なんだよお前。
It's that guy I passed in front of Shirazaki's place. It is indeed.
壊れなかったのかそれ。篠崎、渡すんだ。
いや。
ダメだ、行くんじゃねえ。何度死にそうになれば気が済むんだよ。
いや。
渡せ。
いや。
Ow! Oh? Somebody want to tell me what the fuck just happened?
野生な。歩み、味方かと聞いたな。その通り、守るもんだ。俺はお前の姉、日の絵の世話になった一番弟子、矢後浦教会のキリアミストだ。
Suzo?
お姉ちゃんの。
Oh boy.
いい子だ。会場のワードは覚えているな。
Yeah?
さてと、それじゃあ実践といこうか。その石貸してみな。
Wait.
俺にしっかり捕まってろよ。 あとほら、お守りだ。なくすなよ。
A good luck charm? It's not more than gum, is it? No, it's not. Obtained Basuto's charm, the Argus Cube.
ごめん。もう心配しないで。
篠崎。
お前は正しくパンピーの道を生きてろ。
やめて。涅槃よ。死人を迎えよ。
篠崎。マジかよ。
So is that what happens at Hope Speak? No, I'm joking.
篠崎。篠崎。くそ。なんでだよ。くそー。
Oh. This definitely looks like Heavenly Host.
この匂い、この空気。
Oh boy, we're back.
天神書団。あれ？ミストさん。
Yes, Basuto's not here.
幸せの石。
And the stones? Don't tell me we don't have them.
ない。
Oh,
ど
for
うしよう。
fuck's sake.
あれはミストさんが。そんな、あの石がないと。あの石がないと。帰れないわ。ミストさん。
I hope nobody will hold this against me too harshly when I say this. But, Ayumi, you are one stupid bitch!
私、また、この学校に一人ぼっち。そんな。
God? No, you are in the land that God forgot.
そんなことないよ。きっとどこかで合流できるわ。前だってそうだったもの。
Ah! I wasn't expecting that. Is that the same girl from the convenience store? No, it can't be. Or maybe it can? Huh? Way. Like a pomegranate. It's so full of juice.
いらっしゃいませ。
Welcome. Don't tell me. Yeah. The horrible things written on the blackboard are glowing so brightly they almost seem to be backlit. Even with Sachiko gone, the malice remains. What do we got? We got... No one is coming to save you. Die. Kill. Curse. Hate. Die, 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 die! You should just die, 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 die! Heavenly Host Elementary notice to all faculty and students. Due to the recent kidnappings, caution is highly recommended during all daily activities. In each instance, the victim was taken quickly and unexpectedly, so please remain alert and aware at all times. Principal Takamine Yanikahori. Okay, that door don't work. Fine. Large quantities of long black hair stuffed into the cabinet. Okay. Okay. Wow, they went nuts with the music. Which, I don't remember all the music tracks, but I just remember the one I used to, you know, make that track earlier. Oh yeah, we're definitely here. It wasn't this dark last time. I'm pretty sure there wasn't a clock either. There wasn't a clock like that in here last time. I just said that. I guess things really are different now. I hope Masudo hasn't gone too far. I don't even know his phone number. And even if he did, I doubt it would work. Actually, I should leave a message for him. The candles, okay. Masuto, it's Ayumi. Please call me. 090 redacted. Also, whose phone numbers begins 09? I always thought mobile numbers... No, actually, no, ignore me. Maybe that's a Japanese thing. Especially considering over in the UK, any number beginning 09 is a high-rate premium number. No prizes for guessing what kind of high-rate premium number. The clock's pendulum seems to have stopped at an angle. No, the clock wasn't here before. Huh?
Mr.-san.
This isn't Silent Hill.
雨の降る放課後でした。
There's a light source over there.
やっぱり人だ。
There should be something I can use to cross this hole. Well, we don't have it yet. Alright. Is that where I came out of, or is that where? No, Jesus Christ. There's a murky yellow liquid inside the bucket, filling the hall with an absolutely noxious odor. Well, apparently it's also got batteries in it, because, yeah. Ooh, what's this? There's something on the floor here. Bandages, okay. Heavenly Host is falling apart more than ever before. As a result, there are numerous hazards to watch out for, from broken glass to splinters. Stepping on one will lower your HP. Depending on the hazard, it may harm only the currently selected player character, or it may harm the entire party. HP can be recovered, however, through the use of bandages. Okay. And yes, we're back to the dead bodies. Before me were the skeletal remains of a human being sprawled out unceremoniously on the ground. We're home, baby! This person I've No idea who he is, but somehow I feel like I've met him before. A name tag rests beside the corpse. Sukatani High Class 2C Toshihisa Goto. I'm fairly sure that's a name we have seen before in CPTU. Was he one of the people in the extra chapter? Because he had Ran and Waifu, whatever the fuck her name was, I've forgotten already. And then he had two guys. I'm fairly sure Toshihisa was one of them. Decapitation by wire while searching for friend. Yeah, we're definitely back. I'm guessing these are the things I need to be careful of. Is that a board? Oh, okay, that's a different classroom. Hang on. Okay, in that case. Fixed to the wall. Okay, well, we ain't going that way then. Right, is there anything in here I missed? I feel like I'm going blind. Well, faster than normal. So that door doesn't work. Ah, I see it. A loose floorboard, still very much intact and entirely solid, should be strong enough to support the weight of even a full-grown adult. Ah, we're doing this again, are we? I'm a-coming, baby! By a large amount. Okay, that's good to know as well. Should be able to cross now. And now the light's gone out. Oh, that's not good. Like it never existed? Right, that door doesn't exist. Ah! I wasn't expecting that sudden jump scare. Mayu? Mayu? Oh my god. Oh no.
私だよあやみあなたを迎えに来たの
Yeah, I figured that wasn't going to be quite right. What? Oh boy. Oh crap! Spell symbol? That's not encouraging. Okay. Well, oh crap. I could probably lose her if I hide in here. I don't have control here. This is the game doing. Oh! You can hide in lockers to avoid harmful entities. However, if you're spotted by the entity while trying to hide, it can very easily pull you out. Oh boy. When an entity is near your hiding place, a red circle will be displayed to indicate danger. As it moves farther and farther away, the circle will turn green and eventually go away completely if and when the coast is clear. Okay. There's green. The fuck does blue mean? You didn't mention blue. Press the confirm button to exit your hiding place, but beware, if there are any entities in sight, you'll be immediately chased by them, so make sure you time your exit well. Oh god, okay, so there's actual chase mechanics as well. Well, there were chase mechanics in the original game, but wow, they've actually have hiding mechanics now too. Okay. There's no use hiding, you were always being watched. Alright. Oh shit. Ow, fuck. It saw me. Fuck! She saw me, even. Oh, God. Ow. Who are? Yuki? Oh, God. My chin smashed against the floor and the wind was completely knocked out of me. My entire field of vision turned white, as if I'd been drenched in some unholy phosphorescence. What the fuck is that? Did I just get yeeted by Pyramid Head's brother? Then everything went black. Various indistinct forms blurred together in front of my eyes, and all of a sudden, it felt as if not my body, but my mind had been shattered to pieces. To be continued. EVP entries for Yoshi Shidazaki have been unlocked, okay. New Encyclopedia Obscura entries have been unlocked. Yuki Kano, Miki Kishiduma, Ever After Stones, Seiji Shidazaki, Hiro Shidazaki, Blowback, Closed Spaces, Tokiko Tsuji, Heavenly Host Elementary, Nirvana, Raising of Corpses, Land of Corpses, Spirit Items. Yeah, we'll save the system data, because I'm a nice guy like that. Now, I have a sneaking suspicion I know how to get the wrong end for the chapter. I suspect there is a wrong end for the chapter as well. can't imagine there's very many wrong ends in this chapter, but let me have a look. Yeah, there's 1 star missing, so yeah. Okay, so there is only 1 wrong ending to get. I suspect I know how to get it. So I might as well get it since I'm so close to it anyway. So I'm gonna reload this save. Was this before or after I got the wood? This was before. Yeah. The name tag from this unfortunate soul's already been catalogued. Okay, so it does carry over from save to save. Alright, so I just need to do a little bit of, I'm just gonna skip past it because we have already seen this. I'm just trying to skip past as quickly as I can. I'm literally holding the button down. Oops, I didn't even bother with the batteries. I mean, it's supposed unlimited, so why would I? Jump scare ahoy. Hi. I suspect, and it's not pretty if this is the case, I need to die to Mayu. It's okay, come give me a hug. That's not a hug. That's still not a hug. Wow, she packs a punch too. Okay, I wasn't expecting her to mount me. Wrong end. Aww. Experienced an unfortunate end. Obtained all endings for chapter 1. Okay, fair enough. You done goofed, boy. Or girl. That's fine. We'll save the system data, because, yeah. And, well, I think, ladies and gentlemen, that is where I am going to call it for tonight. So, I'm enjoying this so far. It's kind of been, it's been a little bit of, a long time coming to get to this point, I grant you that, but you know what? We're getting through it, and I am thoroughly enjoying it so far. So you bet your ass I will be continuing this playthrough. So, I can't guarantee I'll be doing a stream tomorrow. Normally I would be, but I can't today. I can't guarantee it because I do have things on tomorrow that I do need to take care of, in real life. But yeah, the next time we do pick this up, we will pick this up from chapter 2, of course. I was wondering why I was lagging a little bit. I've ended up, that one of the earlier raids raided me into my own stream. That was smart. But I think I know who we're raiding. Someone who absolutely needs the, someone that absolutely needs the viewership, because we're trying to get them to 3.0 average, and the best way to do that is with a decent raid. So we are absolutely, as soon as I can find the right button, going to give this one over to Dark Hell Queen, who was in here earlier. I want to thank Tainted Order and Dark Hell Queen herself for her own raids. I also want to thank Ty and Hellraiser for the follows as well. Everyone else that have stopped by, that has said hi, that have been absolutely amazing, wonderful, epic people. You know who you are. Don't stand on ceremony now. I just want to thank you all so much for stopping by as well. You're all amazing. That will always stay exactly the same. You are always amazing. I will catch you all next time when you will still be amazing. And yeah, stay safe, stay hydrated. And remember, folks, don't put your dead birds in boxes. I will not be happy. Take care, folks.